and welcome. It was Lutsenko who took glory up Montegual. Outstanding victory from the man from Astana. In yellow, Adam Yates stays in charge. Julian Alaphilippe getting 1 second back in that.
It was a strong breakaway, and there's a lot of guys that really wanted to go in there today. It was, pretty much all flat all the way to the climb, so it was quite hard to control, but I think we did a good job. And then in the end, I still had Mikel and Esteban in the final, so all in all, a good day.
3 seconds over Primoz Roglic for Adam Yates. Will he be able to hold on to yellow today? One would think so. Stage 7, a transition stage as we head across from the Massif Central down towards the Pyrenees. Setting off in Millau, we will head initially to the Côte de Lucençon, a Category 3 climb, just 9 k's into the stage. The sprint comes at 58 kilometers at Saint-Seurin-sur-Rance. Then it's the Col de Peyronec and the Côte de Pôle, Category 3 and Category 4 climbs respectively, before a fairly long run in to the finish in Lavaux. Expected to be one for the sprinters. The wind is up. That could have a marked impact on the day's proceedings.
Another day for the sprinters today, 168 kilometers, the same distance and the same run-in as in 2011, when my mate Cav won his stage, took green and brought it all the way to Paris.
Here he comes, Mark Cavendish and Andre Greipel as they go head-to-head. Cavendish, oh boy, revenge is very, very sweet as Cavendish wins.
Today is actually a special day because the sprinters, it comes down to tactics. Who's going to ride first? Who waits? Because Quick-Step, they will wait. They say, okay, we have a stage win, we have green, and the yellow jersey got stripped off our shoulders. So we're not going to ride till the end when the wind picks up. Lotto Soudal will probably say the same. They say, we have a stage win, we are down to 6 riders, so why should we ride from the beginning? So it comes to the teams that are left. And that's for me 3-4 teams that they really have to commit from the start and put all the horsepower they have in there. NTT with Giacomo Nizzolo, Sunweb with Cés Ball, they came close, perfect lead out the last day, so they will be up there. Then we also have probably Israel Startup Nation, Andre Greipel, he came second in 2011, and for me, that's a big question mark, Team Cofidis, if they commit for Elia Viviani, because for me, you never give up on the sprinter. He had his difficulties in the last days, he wasn't really in the final, but for me, if you bring a sprinter to the Tour de France, a world-class sprinter like Elia Viviani, you never give up on him till the last day. You always support him. That's why you brought him on the race.
So this is down at the start. Everything set to go. Interesting words from Bernie Eisel. Haven't really seen anything of Elia Viviani. Certainly another of the riders, the many riders who leave this team, Deceuninck Quick-Step, and just fail to realise their full potential thereafter. It is a very small handful who have gone on to score any real success since then. The Viaduct in Millau, an outstanding piece of modern architecture. Quite stunning as you approach it from all angles, and it's another beautiful day here down in the south. All set for the start of the Départ Fictif, and well, who will get involved in the breakaway today? Will there be a breakaway? One imagines so. EF Education first. They've and Nilson Paulus in the breakaway yesterday, a super breakaway as it was, containing Daniel Oss, Remy Cavagna, Greg Van Avermaet, Jesus Herrada, Alexei Lutsenko, who went on to win, Edvald Bosenhagen and Nico Roche. And Paulus himself, Paulus on his birthday, not managing to get the stage win, but certainly demonstrating that EF Education First have got designs on certain stages this year, and they have the quality of a rider certainly to do well. Rigoberto Urán will be looking to stay in touch today and just ensure that he, along with all of those other GC riders, don't get into any trouble at all. There is wind out on the course, we know that, and as a consequence, anything really could happen. In yellow for a second day, he'll feel that it's a slightly more earned day today, Adam Yates. Mitchelton Scott did some decent work on the front. Riders will be positioning themselves. Conversations will go on as they make their way across the ensuing kilometres towards the Départ Réal. Adam Yates in yellow, Benoit Cosnefroy in the polka dot jersey. He'll still be in that at the end of today. Sam Bennett in green and Tadej Pogačar in the white jersey. Cosnefroy, very few points on offer today. Will he try and get involved in picking up any? We will find out. Time to look at our Tour de France stories. Caleb Ewan saying you can't tell, but I'm really happy for today's mountain stage. That was yesterday, of course, at the beginning of the day.
Mont igual. Mont igual.
Mont igual?
Come on, what is? You don't know how to pronounce it? No. Mont igual. Mont igual. Mont igual.
Montegual, lads, pretty easy. Nelson Powless, I was saying, it was his birthday yesterday. Best birthday ever, he reckons. Getting involved in the breakaway would have been even better if he could have managed to win the stage.
And Greg Van, what is it? Greg
Van Avermaet.
Enough to not catch Greg Van Avermaet in the final, and make sure those bonus seconds were swallowed up by the breakaway, and that's all we had to do.
Décidément, le Tour de France n'est pas facile cette année. Il faut encore plus de 2 heures pour rejoindre l'hôtel. Ceux qui sont restés dans le bus anticipent donc sur leur récupération.
Lots of sleep. And that's on the transit in the bus. Alexei Lutsenko giving Wout van Aert a lesson on how to open a bottle of champagne there. Quality rider who a lot of people suggested, including our very own Brian Smith, as soon as he got in that breakaway. In fact, Brian had picked him before he got in the breakaway, having looked at the profile to suggest that that was going to be a stage for Lutsenko, and he really did boss it all the way through to the finish as soon as he got involved in that breakaway himself. Thibaut Pinot, it's been a quiet first week for him. Apart from that first day when he crashed, he's now in conversation with Julien Alaphilippe. Probably successfully taking himself from most people's lips to being a little bit under the radar now. Bit like Egan Bernal as well, the defending champion, which seems a very strange thing to say. Yesterday, Ineos Grenadiers for the first time came to the front and pulled pace along with Jumbo-Visma. Caleb Ewan didn't enjoy yesterday's mountain stage, got through it. Today, will it be another day for him? 4 stages to his name in the Tour de France, 1 so far this year. Well, we're going to head off for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be with our commentary team.
Who are Carlton Kirby and Brian Smith? Thank you, John. Just before you go, John, it's calm before the storm today. What are you cooking up for? Just tell us what it is, and we'll come to you later. It might get a bit dramatic right from the start.
It is going to be aligot, which is an Auvergne type mashed potato with lots of cream, garlic and cheese, but mashed potato rather than the truffade that I've done in recent years. It's a good one.
Thank heaven for that. You haven't been tempted to slip in any lardon into that and turn it into a mountain dish, have you?
No, absolutely tempted not to do that, because that will come when we hit in the Alps, I think.
Exactly, and we just that's when I switch off in a culinary way. They may as well just say full English every day. It's just like, you know, boring. Anyway, today is going to be anything but, and we welcome all of you who happen to be on the GCN race app, or indeed have found us on Eurosport.com. It is a glorious day. We've got a wind. It's coming in from the southeast. It's expected to pick up in the afternoon about 33 kilometers per hour. As you can hear, John is busy tapping away at the moment, just busy tweeting his his recipe, which we'll get to a little bit later, and retweet that ourselves. 2.6 kilometers to go, Brian. The calm before the storm, I think.
Well, you said that the other day,
I know
Captain.
I did. I'm thinking about that as well. Oh, I did the big build-up. I'm going to have to do it again today when we join our Eurosport family, but it may well be as risen as a pancake, yeah.
It seems to be in the last couple of years especially that GC stages are GC stages, sprint stages are sprint stages, and we will see, I think, a small breakaway. I think the sprinters teams will not want a big breakaway to go away. They want to control it all day, but it is pretty lumpy, and it does lend itself to a decent enough breakaway with the climbs at the start. And you know, we've got a third category climb not far after the start as well, so it's a lumpy all day until we get into the last kind of 40 odd kilometres. So it's a good stage for the breakaway, and I think the riders that missed out in the breakaway yesterday, B&B Hotels, Total Direct Energy, those teams I think will be the teams that are probably trying to get in the breakaway today.
I think you're absolutely right. I think they will have had their backsides lightly toasted, a bit like one of John's panini. He does things more complicated than that, obviously. So the big old viaduct of Millau, I don't know whether we're going to get to our entire family, Eurosport family, before we deal with this. Beautiful little kink in it. Apparently that's deliberate, as you can see, because a straight road is given to, especially a long one, is actually given to letting the mind drift. So they put a gentle curve into it as well, just to keep you on your toes. Keep steering, that's what we need. Welcome everybody. Well, we've seen this man at the front so many days, Thomas de Gendt. Now, is he going to be allowed to go for it today? I guess it's a big question, to be honest, because I think he may well be on duty, as everyone will be, to protect Caleb Ewan, who's only a little lad, from the winds which are going to characterise today. Now, when they blow up, and we expect them to have a more than a moderate impact once we make the turn at Castres, because at that point it'll be a cross side wind. It's side wind for much of the day and it blows to around 30 kilometers per hour. But in the afternoon, often the wind picks up, and it could well be that we have some splits today. Certainly it'll be nervous. Now, when we've had nervous days before, and we've done you the big build-up, like, here we go, it's going to be enormous, stage 5 to Privas, we said this is going to be brutal right from the off, and it wasn't. In fact, it was so unbrutal, it was one of the calmest days you've ever seen. Some might even say boring. We would never say that, but today, straight out the back door, when that says the favourites for you today, Ewan, Bennett, Nizzola and Boll. If Ewan stays on his bike and doesn't get blown off like the spores of a dandelion in the breeze, then he will give Sam Bennett a run for his money. Can Sam hold it together in what's a technical approach? There's a pesky roundabout that they've ground down with just 250 metres to go. That will be in 168 kilometres time or thereabouts. What we've got to deal with straight away out the back door are climbs, and the first one, boom, comes with the viaduct at Millau, 1.6 kilometres, 6.9%, and here it is, the Great Bridge, said to be the tallest in the world as of so-and-so 2020, when the last time they got out the tape measures. However, what they do like to tell you about in this part of the world is that it's a great feat of French engineering, etc., 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 but it was actually designed by Norman Foster, so thank you very much for acknowledging that. At least we're doing that here. Somewhere on there'll be a little tiny marker, probably in permanent pen, where Norman himself came over and just signed it. Said, there you go, you can have it now. Who's going to have it today? That's a big question, Brian Smith. We're 400 metres away from a launch out the back door, a non-categorised climb, which will be a bit testy. We hit 3 climbs within the first 23 kilometres. What's going on?
Yeah, it's going to be a lumpy start, but you can also see that towards the front, sprinters teams, the yellow jerseys there with Adam Yates, so he's got his team up towards the front. NTT, we've already seen Lotto Soudal, so there seems to be a lot of control, but it's a big wide road, and you know, we'll wait to see when we hit to kilometre 0 who goes on the attack. I think some of the kind of French teams will want to get in the breakaway today, but I think it will come to a sprint.
Security cameras on the big pitons of the bridge. That's to stop people climbing it. Can you believe that? You can see them all bouncing out of the saddle. This is the start of what is promising to be a busy day. We daren't call it, however, but Monsieur Prudhomme has called them all to order, and straight away we are climbing. And they're just trying to get some impetus in here. It could be a breakaway day. It could all end up being one very much for the sprinters. That's the more likely scenario. 3 climbs compressed together, all one after the other. Only one of them categorised, and this is the first that we're dealing with as we climb up to the beautiful Viaduct Millau. 1.6 kilometres at 6.9%. Anyone tempted? Not yet. And despite the fact, Brian, that Thomas again, well, I kind of kept something in reserve this time, by just in case, after the embarrassment of stage 5, where we really went full beans and nobody did anything. So, on a long day and a long tour, does he know that this bit is not categorised, by the way, our King of the Mountains man, Brian? It is, of course, Monsieur Benoit Cosnefroy, and he's just stretched his legs here. I think he's going to get to the top of this little peak and then be slightly disappointed. He's going to have to roll on a bit more if he's going to get any points.
I think his job was to get in the breakaway orders, get in the breakaway today, and instead of trying to follow, he's trying to kind of instigate it. So Cosnefroy, the King of the Mountains, trying to get in the breakaway, but nobody wants to play at the moment. So he's on his own. The first categorised climb comes after 9 kilometres, so he's got a little bit to go to get there. But he's decided that he wants to play. He wants to get in the breakaway.
Well, somebody from Major Tour Mondial is going to give it a dig. I think today that Ollie Nason went so well in Ghent-Wevelgem might have some interest if he's not on duties to protect Romain Bardet. And I think that's the problem today, is that there are many of the fast men's teams, their fast men are going to want to be looked after, and the GC men likewise. So anyone who would have thought about having a dig today, is it too early in the race? Well, clearly it seems to be exactly that. Come on, I'm not going to do this on my own. He says, well, actually, Benoit, I think you are. He's going to roll over the top of this one.
Hang on.
Hello. Well, you know what you said about, that's not Lutsenko having another dig, surely, from this sort of distance. Hard to see. But, yeah, some of the smaller teams, B&B Hotels, Total Direct Energy, I think the other day they were told, listen, we need our jerseys on the screen. Look what Jerome did the other day. Poor old Jerome Cousin just basically went very deep all on his own. And here we are. We have a smorgasbord of the unwilling who are just about to bridge over here, and they're all looking at each other. None of them look happy, Brian.
No, but they've been told that the orders and Total Direct Energy and CCC with Shar, B&B Hotels, the teams we talked about, the interesting one is Bora sending a rider there. It looked like it was Posselberger. So we'll identify those riders as soon as we see them on our screen. But yeah, 4 riders deciding to go and try and join Cosnefroy.
Our European champion, just on your screen a moment ago. Crosswinds, he favours them as well. Did so well in the Paris-Nice-Jacquinot Nizzolo. So, I don't know. Lots to talk about potentially today, but it's how the pages of this little chapter are going to be turned. And at the moment, it's the wheels of Mr. Benoit Cosnefroy that are doing precisely that. The first of our categorised climbs is the Loser's Song, which is where he is heading. I don't know what tune is the Loser's Song, but we'll find out. Certainly not here we go, because at the moment nobody is. They're thinking about it, Brian. There is something up for grabs today, at least the honour of being on TV, but is that enough for them?
Well, just looking here, it was Thomas again to shut that four-man group down. So he said, Rick, there's too many. We don't want to work too hard today. So, you know, we start again. Shah has decided to go again. Total Direct Energy trying hard to get in a breakaway. This could be it. 5 riders, maybe a little bit too much for Lotto Soudal. And they've probably been told, you know, any more than 3, shut it down. And Thomas again has done that. So they're kind of fanning across the road. So it does look as if these 3 riders could be the initial breakaway of the day. Can't see anybody, from what I've seen so far in the first few kilometres, any other teams really that interested. So Cosnefroid, Shah, 1 rider from Total Direct Energy just on his way. So those 3 riders could be the break.
Good Lord. Well, there we are. Shah is here, just having another follow-in from Total Direct Energy. Haven't quite seen who it is just yet. I'm hoping for his sake it's not poor old Cousin. Hair looks like, if it is, he's had a haircut. Meanwhile, here we go. Lovely little rolling terrain that was bridged by that spectacular bridge, John. You may as well tell us about it, because it looks like we've got our break.
Well, there we were, all set, Carlton, for another day of an hour-long effort to get into the breakaway, and it does look as though it's a little bit disappointingly stopped very, very quickly. The Millau Bridge, it's absolutely outstanding. It's been involved here, the Viaduct of Millau, in the Tour. Almost every year we seem to come past it. Inaugurated by the President Jacques Chirac. It was built between 2001 and 2004, spanning the Tarn Valley. And have you ever been over it?
Yes, Carlton? I have, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely stunning, stunningly beautiful. As you said, the architecture is by British architect Norman Foster, but it was built by the French.
Can you just say that again, please, just so we're absolutely sure. It was a British architect, did you say?
It was a British architect, Norman Foster.
Was. And he never gets mentioned, so, which is why we really big him up. Good old Jacques Chirac, he wasn't a great fan of the Brits, least of all their cuisine. And in fact, as John will be bringing us a recipe a little bit later on, Jacques Chirac lost France the Olympic Games in 2012 by being very dismissive of Finnish food. He said, he was saying to everybody, you can't vote for London 2012 because, well, apart from anything else, the food is so desperately terrible. And the only area that's worse than British food is Finnish food. And the Scandinavians, who had 3 votes, thought that was so outrageous. They switched their allegiance. They were going to vote for Paris. They switched their allegiance to London 2012, and we won by 1 vote. Jacques, you should have kept it under your hat, mate. Likewise, it seems those who are willing to go for a breakaway today, and it looks like this man is a bit forlorn, I'm afraid, in his chase. And whether they will indeed come back, whether he's on the radio, look, do I have to do this? I love that, Brian. It's like, please let me not.
Yeah, you have to make the effort to get in the breakaway initially. I know that Calmejean is local to this area. It didn't look as if it was Calmejean. He was in that kind of group of 4 that was previously just off the front of the peloton, but the peloton not that far behind, and Shah and Cosnefroid are kind of pushing on. Certainly are. They've got 3 kilometres to go before they take on the categorised climb, and I am certain that Cosnefroid has done the best job he possibly can in order to hoover up these points. Only modest, of course, 2 and 1. Category 3 test. A couple of other climbs still to be had today, so it's picking up the small beans that can build Jack the Beanstalk, I guess. You never know. You've seen that those who are in the break often assemble enough minor climbs not to be mountain specialists themselves and still win the King of the Mountains jersey. It tends to even out over the range of a Grand Tour, because there are so many points up for grabs when you finally do take on a major test, which we'll be doing tomorrow, because of course we are into the Monte, we're the Col de Monte, the Bayes and the Père Sud as well. Those 3 names possibly amongst the highest mountains of this year's tour, and our first all-category test. So I'm wondering whether those mountains are looming large in the minds of everyone as well, Brian, and that this day may well be benign until we get the sprint at the end. I think that's what we saw yesterday as well, that thinking of the Pyrenees, the top of the climb, 13.5 kilometres to go, tempo set by Team Ineos, and in fact Team Ineos came to the front for the first time, showed a lot of confidence, and came to the front on the Luzettes yesterday. But Lutsenko had already gone, and he actually climbed that climb roughly about 40 seconds quicker than the peloton. Just goes to show you how fast he was going up there. And I don't know, I say it again, I don't know what Fabio Aru was doing, because they get nothing from it. But you know, it wasn't overly fast that Pogacar and others couldn't attack, but they just decided that with the Pyrenees coming up, they wanted an easier day, and they didn't want a battle yesterday.
Troglodyte, I imagine it's partly troglodytic, which means that you go into the caves, John. It looks lovely.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful, beautiful village, this one, built into the rocks. So originally the inhabitants were troglodytes, but back in the day, living in their cave dwellings in the hills, and then it's been extended by the next generations, and it's a beautiful, beautiful village there. Never seen that before.
Matera, you should try that in Italy. Same deal. And indeed, the frontages of all of the restaurants and the like, you open them up and they go back into a cave. The old part of town was filmed in The Passion of the Christ. So there you go, by Mel Gibson, who got very agitated about the whole thing. Yes, Brian, you're waving.
Yeah, Char's just been dropped, and I've just noticed that Bora are on the front here, and you know, everybody's expecting a sprint. We don't know what the team tactics are, but you know, right up towards the front you can see Peres Sagan, so potentially it looks as if Bora are trying to make it as hard as possible, especially the start of this stage. They've got Schachmann there, so Bora on the front trying to make it as difficult as possible. Predictive sprint, but you have to be there. Nizzolo already getting dropped. Ewan, I don't think too far away from the back. Sam can get up these climbs, so Bora trying to make it a little bit more difficult. So you know, the battle for the green is still on. Bora and Sagan really want it, and you know, they're trying to shake up the peloton, make it as hard as possible for the sprinters.
Certainly are, and don't forget there's an intermediate sprint to come, and it comes reasonably early as well, after 58 kilometres of racing. And this is starting to turn into a real grind, and Ewan looks very spent. You're going to find, well, that was Andre Greipel just out of the back as well. Our world champion is here, Mads Pedersen. This is having a big impact, Brian, particularly on some of the bigger guys.
Yeah, that's why they're doing it. Bora at the front, putting the pressure on, and you know, it's causing a lot of concern for the sprinters. Caleb Ewan there. Mads Pedersen was the named sprinter for Trek Segafredo as well, Christoph. So with a difficult start, the tactics of Bora Hansgrohe now are put the pressure on and try and get rid of a lot of the sprinters. Whether they'll make it back on, I noticed that they have got kind of teammates behind them. Kees Bol also involved here, so a lot of the sprinters being distanced at the back of the peloton now.
Well, 3 climbs right at the beginning of the day, and we said it was a profile that would be punishing, and to have those 3 hits come so quickly. We had the Viaduct de Millau just climbing up to in the valley of it, 1.6 kilometres at 6.9. This is a category 3 test that we've got at the moment, which peaks out 6.1 kilometres, sorry, 6.1%. And indeed then there is a 3rd climb as well straight off the back of this. So 3 punches to the solar plexus, and I'm afraid it's knocked the wind out of some of the sprinters. And if this pace continues today, and it may well be a battle plan for Peter Sagan, who we know is renowned when he's got his classic head on. It's that kind of feel to today, isn't it? That he can make life very uncomfortable for some of the other quicker men. He sustains uneven terrain very well, Brian.
If you can remember a couple of years ago, Carlton, in this area, Michael Matthews' team came to the front and really put the pressure on right from the start and split the race up, and was trying to get that green jersey away from Marcel Kittel, and you know, they did it that day, and the race split to pieces in the run in. So this could be a kind of very similar stage where you get one team coming to the front very early, putting the sprinters under pressure. They have to ride pretty much all day, and I think that's what they did the last time for Michael Matthews, and he went on to win that stage and then take the green jersey. But it looks as if a lot of these riders under pressure. You can see the wind blowing a little bit. Bora Hansgrohe doing a good job. Sagan ordered it, but Cosnefroy on the attack from probably the first kilometre. He's got 400 metres still to come to the top of the climb. Viviani there as well.
Yeah, indeed. You saw Ewan being guided to the front by Kwiatkowski for the Grenadiers, just tucked in behind. Yeah, do you remember as well, stage 10 last year, the run to Albi, where indeed Van Aert won ahead of Viviani, Ewan and the aforementioned Matthews. Sagan was 5th that day, but it was absolutely blown apart, the field. Pinot just lost a whole heap of time. It was a nightmare back then, and it may well prove to be a nightmare today, but I think the GC men are wise to it. They've clearly had alarm bells being rung, and it looks like Cosnefroy may well indeed not even be allowed to take these points. He's picking up right now, and this is almost him begging. Look, there's only one corner to go. I started this. Oh, what? Seriously, he says. He's going for it.
He's coming.
He's coming back. Come on, then.
Wee wave. Did you see that wee wave?
I did. Go on then. All right. Oh dear, he's nearly tuckered out. Well, as the king of the mountain, really nearly paid the big price on that mountain. He's not going to get any more points today. You can almost be sure of that. 158.5 kilometres. Break dealt and done with. We might have some more fun in a short while. We've got a downhill run, another climb. Will they start turning the screw again? Here's Sam Bennett in the green jersey. He's not having a fun time at all, and there's more rises and falls still to come. Will the sprinters be hobbled today, Brian?
But Bora have turned it off at the front. Just watching this nice little moment here. I think it's Mühlberger. Just a wee wave for Cosnefroy, realising the effort he made. Also Kwiatkowski bringing up Bernal to the front because they know the danger, but it did look as if Bora have turned it off the front and left it up to the GC teams, but Daniel Oss has decided to keep it going because so many of the sprinters have been dropped, and pretty much all the favourites of today.
That's the call. Turn the screw. More to come. Confirmation that Cosnefroy did indeed take the 2 points at that point. It was it was almost unkind. I think they thought it was further away. They just got their head down, Bora, and then made the left-hand turn, and then realised, all right, come through, get on with it, take your points, and then get out of here. We've got work to do. Get over the top of that category 3. Little dip. Actually, it's a reasonably technical descent coming up, quite steep. Then we'll take on another climb, and this one, it may well be the finishing blow. They say these things come in threes. Well, just wait till you see the next one. It's 4%, but it goes over about 3 kilometres in length, a little bit more than that. 4% for 3 kilometres, but I think it actually stretches out over about 8k. So once they've dealt with this descent, they'll start climbing again. It's almost cruel, Brian.
Yeah, the only worry is for the sprinters at the moment. Just looking there, it looked as if all the GC contenders were there. But this is really, really interesting. If they continue this, then some of these groups might not get back on. You can just see the group in front of the red car. I think that's the Sam Bennett group. They can get back on. He's got 2 helpers to help him, but unfortunately for some of these riders, they may not make it back.
Well, you see cars here trying to get through. There is actually a whole other group even further behind than that. I think we're split into 5, Brian.
Yeah, it's split to pieces, but it's how far into the stage are Bora going to go here? You can also see that Dries Devenijn's up towards the front for Deceuninck Quickstep. He's trying to slow them down. He's just kind of policing things. He wants Sam Bennett back up there. The world champion at the back here of Caleb Ewan's group as well. So Caleb Ewan, a couple of riders with him, trying to bring him back to the front. Groups absolutely everywhere. I think this is the Sam Bennett group. It's just about to a little bit further up in front of the white neutral service car, but yeah, what a hard start for this this race, and good to see. But I think Bora, not too sure how far they're going to keep this going. No one else seems to kind of want to help them, so it's down to them, and it's still a long way to go.
A little bit of drifting going on. We're going to be back with our wider Eurosport family as the Pays Gérol, I think that's how you say it. The blue Castelnau, is that the Newcastle? Very briefly, John.
Castelnau is not a new castle. This is the Chateau of Castelnau-Pégarolles. This is on the southern side of, we've got big plateaus up here. This is the Plateau de Levezou, and that's 800 meters above the Meuse Valley, which is on the other side. We've gone past the Tarn Valley. This is the Meuse Valley now, and this one has been in the de Levezou family since the 11th century.
Gosh,
Louis XV made a sort of marquisade here down in Pégarolles back in the mid 1800s, and so the medieval castle became a summer residence thereafter.
how lovely. Welcome back, everybody. Those of you who've just taken a commercial break, be aware that if you subscribe to the GCN race app, or indeed head to Eurosport.com and follow the instructions there, you'll be able to see indeed the racing uninterrupted by promotion and advertising, which I'm sure you'd be delighted about, except for us, of course, promoting and advertising those destinations. Meanwhile, destination pointy end for Bora Hansgrohe. Well, if they were easing, they're certainly not anymore, Brian. They are going for it. Just look, for those of you who've been away, we're split into about 5 groups. 2 of the major groups, possibly 3 now, have re-merged. We've got 2 more behind, and the pace is being instilled here by Bora Hansgrohe. It's not over yet, and it won't be over yet because we have another climb coming in about 2.5 kilometres time. They've got this descent. They switch back on themselves right now. They'll be heading into what will feel like a valley floor, and then we climb again. It lasts for 8 kilometres, and at the very last part of it, it gets quite nasty yet again. It's not even categorised. We'll come off that. We'll then descend for about 6 kilometres into a valley floor where there may well be some respite, but I think there's been so much, I think, angst put into the legs of some of the quick men so far. Let that be a beacon for them, an alarm, if you like, because after we dealt with the intermediate sprint, which is after another climb that isn't categorised a little bit later on, that comes after 58 kilometres of racing, still with 110 to go. So in about 40 odd kilometres time, they then climb again, and it's a long climb as well, of about 15 to 17 kilometres in total. The climb itself rather disguised, and indeed doesn't say that. And then a long 50-kilometre descent before I run for home. It's a complicated day. It's certainly proving to be a very tough day. And as they grind down the aggregates here, you better build something. What are your building blocks, Brian? What do you focus on a day like this, apart from survival, at least for now?
Well, there was a bit of hesitation over the top of the categorised climb by Bora Hansgrohe, but they seem to have got the whole team together and want to really keep pushing ahead here and causing this damage. We've got a group behind, quite a large group. It looks as if the group has probably come together. There was 2 small groups very close together. Not too sure if Sam Bennett is in this group, but many other sprinters behind. We've already seen that Caleb Ewan is a group behind this, the world champion. So yeah, it depends on Bora Hansgrohe. I don't think they're going to get any help from anybody else. So yeah, causing damage. I just noticed in the front group there, Thibaut Pinot, a bit too far towards the back, but I think we're in the trees now, and I think there will be a general regroupment, but whether everybody gets back, that's the question. So they're out the wind a little bit here with the trees at the side of the road, and it looks as if it's maybe a headwind now, so that's why we're seeing a bit of the bunching up. So an opportunity for a lot of these groups to try and come back now.
Here we are. This is a group including, I just noticed as we flash by, Luis Leon Sanchez, not good. You'd expected him to survive a little bit better on a day like this. I think some generally caught out by the actions, and the wind, I think, will add to their trauma a little bit later on. Peter Sagan, you see the world champions bands just accenting his sleeve caps, or the end of his sleeves, I should say, just mustering his own troops. Now, he's given to burning out his team. He doesn't overly rely on lead-out men. He likes to surf between the wheels of other teams in a sprint scenario. And if this day is made hard enough, then he will have a great opportunity to do that. There you are, crosswind, crosshead, in fact. It'll be cross-tail, by the way, at the end today, which is very difficult to guard against, Brian.
Yeah, just noticed that, you know, we saw that graphic there but the Danish champion Asgreen has been sent back. As you can see him, the yellow card there, the red top, he's been sent back to help this second group, because I believe that Sam Bennett is in this second group. The third group has got many other sprinters, including Caleb Ewan, Nizzolo, Greipel, Christoph, and the world champion. So it could be coming back, but I was just wondering when Deceuninck Quickstep are maybe going to send someone back. Of course, they have to look after Alaphilippe, but sending the Danish champion back, and everybody just wondering what to do. Tactics, Bora taking it on. This is fascinating.
Certainly is. Can't wait. Some pretty medieval edify in this part of the world, and Bora Hansgrohe being mighty evil on everyone else's backside at the moment, I can tell you. The pace is very high. We are climbing yet again. Wonderful stuff. What a great start to the day.
Peter, there are plenty of points up for grabs today. Is your strategy more calm, and see what happens, or try to get the points as quickly as possible?
Well, it depends from the stages. For example, today could be a good stage. We'll see what's going to happen.
You said you're not the fastest guy in the group this year, but maybe you're the cleverest or the most experienced. How can you use that to help you?
For sure, experience is important, and you know, also the key is just keep calm, because Tour de France is still long and hard. I think it's the hardest Tour de France what I gonna do in my career.
In English, we have a phrase: slowly, slowly, catchy monkey. You're going to catch the monkey?
Yeah, we'll see.
Thanks, Peter.
I'm not sure he got that one, but anyway, there are monkey nuts as well, and Sagan is not short of those, I can tell you, and he may well need them today. Sam Bennett leads this competition by a margin ahead of Peter Sagan. We remind you of 12 points. Sagan, I think, is going to be best placed to start hoovering up some intermediate sprint points, and could go into virtual green before you know it. He'll certainly be interested in that, Brian, and we hit that point very early on today. We'll be there in 40 kilometres time.
Yeah, we will, and courtesy of the speed of the second group now, Kasper Asgreen has been pulled into this. He's at the front of green jerseys here, so Bora Hansgrohe at the front of the race. He sees Sagan looking back, but he'll see that the group of Sam Bennett is only a matter of about 20 seconds now behind, even less than that, led by Deceuninck Quickstep. So there'll be a general regroupment at the front of the race, but it's how far down is the third group with some of the other sprinters, and it's a decision for Bora. As soon as they know that Sam Bennett is here, then are they going to continue? Possibly not, and then it's a possibility that Caleb Ewan and all the other sprinters may make it back in.
I think they'll hit them again, possibly on the climb before the intermediate sprint, just to make sure that the legs are tired by that point, which we won't be there to that climb, which is non-categorised, until 40 kilometres into the day, and indeed there will be a plateau to deal with as well. We're on another test right now. Let me just have a look. We're climbing up around about 4 to 5%. It looks a little bit stiffer than that. Greg van Avermaet looks reasonably happy, and indeed predatory like within that group. He will have had lesser discomfort than indeed plenty of the other guys, both fast and indeed some of the classics men as well. We have got this regroupement, as you can see, Brian.
Look at the Sunweb guys.
At what cost? Look
at the Sunweb guys. They're sending 3 Sunweb guys to try and help Cees Bol back. You can just see them on the right hand side dropping back. I think one of them includes Roach as well, so they're sending them back to help out. I noticed that Peter Sagan was looking behind to see where this group is. The pressure is still on. The junction is not made. It's only a matter of about 20 metres, but Peter Sagan intently looking behind to see where this group is. He doesn't want the green jersey back. He might not have a choice because it's slowly coming back, but Bora, I think, have been told, put the pressure back on, and this gap's starting to open.
Yeah, said there'd be two more, I think, sections where they'll issue these punches. This is one, and there will be another one when we get to the climbs. The steps that we take, and it is the next climb that we'll be dealing with once we get over the top of this and have that descent I was talking about. So 40 kilometers in, we'll have two climbs together. They're not categorized, but certainly they ramp up. There's a step, and then we ramp again before a plateau, and then we come back down for the intermediate sprint. That's what Sagan's thinking about, I think, today. We'll see what happens towards the end of the day, but I think he's going to put points in the bank when we get to that intermediate sprint. Right now, a little bit of protection. You can see from the bushes here and the flags that you come out of the protection from those dikes, and then all of a sudden you hit it again. It's not comfortable racing, Brian.
No, not at all. Is this Martinez in this second group as well? So there's a few riders been caught out in this group. It is Martinez, the winner of the Criterium de Dauphiné. Luke Rose in there. We're moving a little bit further back. Oliver Nassen in this second group. They almost got there. Pozzovivo, the green jersey. We knew he was in this group. Just updating the third group in the road with the other sprinters in it, including Caleb Ewan, is at 1:23. So Tim de Klerk normally sitting on the fronts, having to help out the chase. Tony Martin for Jumbo-Visma. Few riders been caught out. DeMarca there for CCC. So Bora intent in pushing on. Some riders being distanced at the back of this. It shows you what the pace is at the front of the race now, Carlton, with Bora not wanting the green jersey to come back to the front of this race.
Yeah, interesting as well to see Hugh Carthy there just in the service of, or indeed in support of Sergio Higuita, the Colombian champion. Both riding together. It's all over the place, isn't it, Brian? And just look at how slowly some of them are going as well. This is not dropping back to help. This is struggling just to cope. They are just about to go over the top and indeed start a descent, and it'll come very, very welcome just as we go through that little gap in the trees up top, a little cut in the hillside. They'll come up and over the top and then start descending, but the impact is absolutely enormous. Michael Nieve, I don't know whether if he's dropping back here to help Daryl Impey and the like, but he looks like he's struggling anyway. There's yesterday's winner, Lutsenko, still very much as part of the front of proceedings today. And you look over as well, and you see that Greg van Avermaet is actually just being guided into a decent position. You'll see him towards the fore as we come on this descent. Look at the gap. Now the camera here is going to hang, and there you see those who are hanging, and includes Sam Bennett, who's up towards the front of this group. He's being helped out good and proper by Casper Asgreen, who's trying to guide them back after dropping back, as you've just seen. There are firemen here, sapeurs-pompiers, if you like, putting out fires within their teams. And here's Sagan. Now this is general call to all. Now I'm wondering if he's saying, look, let's lock it back a bit. If he is, it's go, go, go. They pick up the pace yet again. They want to issue hurt here, Brian.
Yeah, he's telling one of the Bora Hansgrohe riders was dropped just at the top of that climb there, and he was straight onto the radio to update in the situation, and that has been relayed forward to Sagan. Sagan is telling these troops to keep this going and keep this going as long as he can. This gap is now open. Casper Asgreen moved back there. This gap got down to what, about 20 metres in the end, and it split the group. A lot of riders have been distanced now. The group with Caleb Ewan, Christoph and the others are at 1:36 now. So Peter Sagan has been telling his boys, keep this going, because once the elastic breaks, that's it. It could be all over for a lot of the sprinters today.
Certainly looks that way. Well, he's got to maintain it, unfortunately for him, for about 15 kilometres on the flat. We're not there yet. It's just getting ever more focused, I think you might say, in terms of the terrain. Roundabouts, the French have fallen in love with them after introducing them not very long ago in the sort of mid to late 90s. Didn't really know what they were. There were signs everywhere, sound horn and give way to the right. After so many accidents, some of the worst in Europe, they decided to adopt the roundabout so that people could approach them safely. We have a roundabout that's been ground down today, 250 metres from the line. There are a couple of others as well on the approach. If it is high-paced, and it may well be if the sprinters manage to survive, and indeed whoever's there, it's going to be high-paced. Keep your fingers crossed for a dramatic finale, as if the top of the day has not been dramatic enough. Fantastic. Here are your groups. Cosnefroy, who was out there picking up mountains points, is with Bennett. Ball, Nizzolo, Ewan, Christoph and Viviani, a minute and 46 back. Well, battle plan executed brilliantly. In the front is Trentin, Colbrelli, Sagan, Pogacar and indeed Adam Yates. Trentin, interesting, a man who can take the wins when he needs to, and in fact has done in the past. Doesn't mind grizzly weather. Well, it's not the weather necessarily in terms of the temperature today, but it will be in terms of the wind. If you're a hard man, today could be your day. Cannot wait to say how this one pans out. They are motoring, and Sagan himself almost wants to drive it on by overtaking his own men. He's having to be disciplined, Brian, just to stay in the pack here, because he feels that this battle is, he's the general, he's the commander at the moment.
And he's commanding his troops very, very well at the moment. This is the second group, and they're only a matter of 24 seconds, but that's from the front of each group. So from the back of the peloton, it can only be about, you know, maybe 15 seconds. So there's still a possibility that Sam Bennett can make it back, but you know, they were testing times, a lot of freewheeling behind, so it's easy sitting behind Bora Hansgrohe. But an opportunity now for the second group to come up to the front. But for the other group, it really depends on Bora. If they keep this going, then it's going to be very difficult for them to come back. If it's just about Sam Bennett and Sam Bennett comes up, Peter Sagan may make the decision, well, that's it, I'm going to set up. And then if they do set up, then we're going to see possibly a counter-attack and maybe you know, another break forming. But for the moment, the Bora boys are intent in pushing on.
They are. I think once we get to the flatland, things might just change ever so slightly. I'm having problems with my internet connection at the moment, so you'll have to forgive me while I just fiddle about. So this is the green jersey group that we are looking at right now, and it's a significant group as well, Brian.
It is. There's a few riders that have been caught out here. It's just, they need to help. If they want to come back, they need to all help with the chase at the fronts. And you know, when you see the green jersey, you see Deceuninck Quick-Step, Kasper Asgreen coming back and riding. They all have to ride to get back. I think Hugh Carthy's also in that group with Danny Martinez. The gap will look bigger in a descent when they're going fast like this. It's when they come off this descent, that will be the time that we'll see the gap. This gap's just holding at 26 seconds, so it's only a matter of from the and I say this again, this is from the front of the peloton to the front of the second group, 26 seconds, so they'll be able to see them when we come off this descent, and it could only be a matter of about you know, 15 to 20 seconds that separate the groups. This, however, is the third group in the road with Cees Bol. The Sunweb boys, they were sent back to help out, Lotto Soudal helping to bring back, so there was 3 riders that were sent back from the front of the race, told to wait and help Cees Bol back to the front of this race.
Well, some big names here as well, as you can see, that have been caught out. Ryan Gibbons from NTT as well. Is Nizzolo within this group? I think he was. There he is. Indeed, on your screen right now.
Christophe.
Yeah, Elisond is here. Let's have a look at a few others. Some that you wouldn't expect to be back there. Meanwhile, back with the cheers, and day off clearly for the kids, at least for this moment, to welcome them through. It's one of the pleasing sounds of the Tour de France, where you hear the youngsters being introduced to the magic, as it were. Luis Leon Sanchez has got himself back in on the back end of this one. He was struggling earlier on as well. That was a surprise to me, and a few others too. 140 kilometres of the day remaining, and some of these sandstone outcrops. The Rocher de Caylus, John, what have you got for us?
Well, that's a good question. I've got the Rock of Caylus. It's served as a construction for the castle of the Counts of Caylus in the 11th century, but there's no remains of those in evidence anymore, which is a bit of a shame. At the foot of the rock, inside the fortified enclosure, there were the houses of the servants, and they formed a crossing. I mean, in much the normal way that all of these chateaux were formed down in the south of France. The Overlord, quite a cool name, Raymond VII. You don't hear many Raymonds nowadays in France,
No.
I think. And Raymond VII was a pretty big dude. And at the beginning of the 19th century, the surrounding wall all fell away, and there's been no evidence of the chateau anymore since then.
He was a pretty big dude. He probably leant on the wall. They should have built it stronger. Should have got Norman Foster involved. Maybe that's the reason he was called into the area. They didn't want the same catastrophe. Meanwhile, 139.5 kilometres from home, and you can see there's some heads just starting to drop here, just catching their breath, Brian. What a breathless start we have had. We'll come to Brian for more thoughts, as some of you will be heading off for a commercial break. If you want to avoid those, go to the GCN race app, or indeed Eurosport.com and the app therein. Well, what a start to the day, Brian. I'm kind of nervous on behalf of everybody at the moment. The damage has already been done, and I suspect that wrecking ball is still swinging.
It is, and you know, you can see it at the moment. The gap open to the Sam Bennett group is 40 seconds now. So Bora Hansgrohe, they'll want to try and keep this going as long as possible. The sprint is coming up in about just over 28 kilometres time. So a good effort from Bora Hansgrohe. A lot of the sprinters have now been distanced. It's whether they can get back, and you know, there'll be a lot of thoughts in the team cars at the moment whether to send maybe a couple of riders back to help on. But for the moment, Sam Bennett is about 40 seconds behind this group, with many of the other sprinters over 2 minutes now, including Nizzolo, Christoph, and the world champion, Cees Bol, all just over 2 minutes back. So desperate times for a lot of the sprinters after a very difficult start.
Certainly has been, and it's down to Bora Hansgrohe. I'm sorry we haven't come to you too often, John, because there's been so much kicking off. We are going to hit a plateau, however, and that's when you can get out the platter, as it were. But enjoyed it so far, John?
Absolutely loving it. It's brilliant. Best racing we've had for the start of a stage so far in the Tour. Absolutely epic.
Thank goodness for that.
Loving the fact that, I mean, when we hit the plane, who knows? I mean, if the wind comes in from the side, it could still be on. I might have to do a real speed platter today, which I can tell you with Aligo, it's going to be no mean feat.
Well, you don't have to tell us how to make the mashed potato. Now, what? Go away,
He's not happy. He's not happy.
He isn't. He doesn't want this being driven on. The camera bike sitting in front of Bora Hansgrohe here. Alaphilippe has told him not to offer up too much of an advantage, and this is because his teammate Sam Bennett is struggling. So Alaphilippe saying, "Do you mind? Get out of here." When Alaphilippe speaks, particularly in France, it seems that media listen.
It's down to 30 seconds now. It went out to 40 seconds. Now we're on the flat. It's coming down to 30 seconds. You can just see from that long shot there that you know, they were in the distance. So still an opportunity for the two groups to come together. I feel for the third group in the roads, not too sure they'll make it back. It really depends on what Bora decide to go to do when and if Sam Bennett's group make it back to the front.
There's slow-moving water around here, and there are a few campsites, by the way, and if you enjoy them, you see the tents down there, bottom of your screen. Yeah, in the evening, you hear, as the sun goes down, you hear a round of applause. It's actually people just fighting off the mosquitoes. I can speak from personal experience. It's not pleasant. You can end up looking like you've been beaten with spanners in the morning. 136.2 kilometres. Now the camera bike here is doing all he can because he's got to wend and weft his way through these twists and turns. But a few moments ago, Alaphilippe came up and said, "Do you mind? Get that camera away. You're basically pacing the field." And the reason he did that was his teammate Sam Bennett is indeed caught in a group that is trying to merge with the main body of the peloton. They may get there, but at the moment, a gap of about 29 seconds is the green jersey group as it stands at the moment. And indeed it has been absolutely brutal, and the pace that has been set, the wrecking ball that has been taken indeed to the peloton as Peter Sagan tries to tune in and find out what the battle plan finally is as well. I think he's issuing most of the orders himself, to be honest. Bora Bora Hansgrohe, they are swinging that wrecking ball, and everyone else, well, a few of them are swinging off the back, I'm afraid, and they are desperately trying to get back in. Here's your line of hopefuls, Brian.
Yeah, it's and just only a matter of, as you said, 29 seconds, so must be only got about 20 seconds to the back of the group. Just panning out here to actually see that. Oh, I thought we were panning out there to see the distance there, but just cut away. Just looking in the background now to see if we can see them. But Bora Hansgrohe intent and you know, keeping this going for as long as possible. And you know, what help is there for Sam Bennett in the group? We know that Kasper Asgreen went back to kind of help out, but who else is in that group? And are they riding? Are they helping? I suspect some riders are, because it's still holding around 29 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. Once this plateau finishes, and we've still got about another 6 or 7 kilometres before that happens, if they can hold on, Bora, I mean, keep the pressure on, then we're climbing again. And I think the green jersey group, and in fact Sam Bennett himself is having to do a lot of work back there, at what cost for later on. He's very much to the pointy end of that group. Others sitting on his wheel saying, you know, it's your jersey, you work for it. And here is the lead at the moment. You may get the long shot that has been so craved by Brian in a few moments' time. And here we are.
Do you know here?
I thought you said shoot then.
No, you know here, the reason why the gap is so small at the moment, and you know, for the last, half an hour of racing, the team cars have not been allowed to service their riders, because they can't go into a gap of you know, less than 1 minute. So that's why the team cars have come up, pulled to the side of the road to service their riders. Otherwise, they're not getting any service at all. Tim de Klerk is there at the front. Looks like Bob Jungels, Kasper Asgreen. So it's 3 riders from Deceuninck Quick-Step trying to bring Sam Bennett up, and they are getting closer as we see from that visual shot. But all the time this goes on, the front group are not getting service with bottles at all.
No, well, they have their chance, one suspects, just as we get to the top of their next climb. Now, there's a double step involved in getting there, as we mentioned. So we're going to be climbing for about 15-16 kilometres in total, with a couple of little flat sections. Clever teams will have stationed the feeds along the way there. Here's a man under pressure, Sam Bennett, with teammates around him, and indeed a man driving it on his behalf. So he sits himself in about 6th place back there. You can see that others are also struggling. Mitchelton Scott also very much involved. And in fact, when you start looking for jerseys, you have to look all over the terrain here. Adam Yates is installed within this one, but the King of the Mountains is further back there with green, and some of the faster men are in a bit of bother, I'm afraid. Sam Bennett, what will be the price that he indeed has to pay at the end of the day for the effort put in now, even by his teammates, I suspect?
Well, I don't think he's doing any riding. Luckily for Deceuninck Quick-Step, they've got a bit of help from Jack Bauer from Mitchelton Scott and Darrell Impey. The reason why they're riding is because they've got the yellow jersey in the group in front. They have to get back to help him, because they'll be needed towards the end. But you know, they're having to make the effort now. But you know, with the wind blowing in the last kind of 40 kilometres, it's important for Mitchelton Scott to have numbers to help out the yellow jersey.
What a classic shot, boys! Look at that, John. We have the billowing trees here, the flags standing proud upon their staffs, the camper vans rocking and rolling here, and it's there's not even a disco going on inside there. We are dancing all over the terrain, and the bandmaster is Peter Sagan.
Beautiful shot of the echelons being formed, and just how much longer is this going to go on? If the wind direction's coming from that side, it's going to go on for quite a long time, and that's going to make it much harder for this group to close the gap. And they've been held now at 40 seconds for at least about 5-10 kilometres.
Yeah, I think it's going to go on. There's little sections here where you get screened from the wind, and then all of a sudden you come out of it, and wham, you get hit again. And with the twists and turns of the terrain here, it's hard to guard against, Brian. It's going to be an even more difficult task when we made the big turn of the day at Castres. That'll be with about 44 kilometres to go. That's in 90 k's time or thereabouts. This day could roll on, could rock on all day, couldn't it?
It could, and you know, the third group aren't giving up. This has been led by Cees Bal's team of Sunweb. Caleb Ewan in here with Lotto Soudal, a few other riders willing to kind of help out the chase, but this is the third group in the road at 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Well, they really are under the cosh, I'm afraid. Let's see how they go. Meanwhile, looking at this group, The front group, this man not part of it. Let's speak to Sam Bennett. I think we spoke to him earlier.
We're here with Sam Bennett, the current wearer of the green jersey. Sam, fabulous again to see you in the green. I know that Sean Kelly had a little dram of whiskey for you in celebration the other day. Did you have anything?
No, had a good night's sleep, but yeah.
Well, a good night's sleep is super important if you want to hold on to that jersey. Where do you think the dangers are going to come from today in terms of trying to get it off your back?
I think if Peter gets up the road early, and then if we don't make it there for a buzz sprint, but yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to see how the stage goes. There's not much more we can do today.
Is it going to help you that you don't have the yellow jersey now to defend as well?
I think so, but it's always nice to have the yellow jersey, and I'd like it if Julian still had it.
Good luck today, Sam. Thank you.
Cheers.
Well, we wish him all the best, but it's a thankless task at the moment. Oh, my goodness, what a start to the day. We have what appears to be a brief hiatus, you might think, but think again. The gap has gone up now to 53 seconds to the Sam Bennett group. And in the third group of what is being referred to on the official website as dropped riders, almost like a stone, some of them. And yeah, within that group, some pretty handy riders as well, including Viviani, Christoph, Nizzolo, Cees Bol, Caleb Ewan. They are, I'm afraid, desperately so, 2.5 minutes down now, and this pace ain't going to cede at any moment. Here is the windometer for you, Brian, and it shows you what they're dealing with.
Yeah, it's coming in from the left-hand side. We can already see this. This is going to come down to, just power. The Bora Hansgrohe versus Deconic Quickstep versus Sunweb and, Lotto Soudal at the back there. It hasn't gone out that much. 2.5 minutes. It's still, from the front of the race to the back of the race, it can still come back. It's who's going to crack, and if they do crack, and it's only a matter of time before some of these riders start to get tired and start to miss turns, and then the gaps will go out. For the moment, it's a kind of holding pattern, and if this continues, then a lot of these riders are going to suffer that are riding on the front.
Well, Peter Sagan is known to fry his troops on occasion, and he doesn't mind because he functions solo towards the end, but he wants all the help he can get just for now. Astana just getting themselves up and into a position with Miguel Angel Lopez, of course, the man that they are looking after. And indeed, after a day yesterday where Alexei Lutsenko did such a great job. Big celebration. They had Vino and all the main sponsors, indeed, of the team, and a battle plan that was executed to near perfection. I guess today it's what Bora Hansgrohe would be hoping to do themselves, kind of copy it in that regard by having a plan and executing it, and in so doing chopping off various parts of indeed the challenge of some of the sprinters and indeed the rivals for that green jersey. The green jersey himself is in arrears at the moment, and by a goodly margin, and it's gone up to over a minute. This looks like crisis time. A man to put the fire out verbally, perhaps, is Rob Hatch. Rob, what a day. Welcome indeed aboard the ship, the very old ship that's being steered at the moment by Captain Peter.
Thank you, Carlton. Yes, 128 kilometres to go. It's like watching a brilliant team pursuit, this one, and these are the gaps. Coquard, Trentin, Van Aert, Sagan and Yates at the front. Of course, it's Sagan versus Bennett we're looking at here. No big GC teams caught out that we can see, but Sam Bennett and his gap slipping to 104. Naesen coming through and wheeling, and this is the main group. The wind is blowing, as you can see. It's across the road. It's going to be across them for most of the day. And these aren't even the most exposed parts, Brian Smith. What a fascinating start this has been.
No, it's been brilliant, and great to see that Sagan and Bora are taking this on. It's not over yet. I think the next part of this this chapter is what they do after the bonus sprints, and that comes in 17 kilometres or just over 17 kilometres time. Do they continue this, because they're going to burn a lot of marches? Bora Hansgrohe, they've already kind of lost one or two of the riders, so this is going to be a hard day for them if they continue to ride like this at the front. Everybody kind of just sitting in the wheels. But yeah, you said it, this is a battle for the green jersey, and this is what we anticipated. Maybe not like this, but this has been brilliant so far.
Oh, we said, didn't we, yesterday, I think, just having a chat with Sean Kelly, saying that we were excited because this is the first proper battle that we've had for quite a long time in the Green Jersey Stakes. It is absolutely brilliant.
And I think we were also talking about the some of the situations we've had in this part of the world as well. And you know, I was talking to Sean a little bit earlier as well, that, you know, Albi last year, and even when we were here before with Michael Matthews, it kind of split to pieces. It's renowned in this area, the winds and the possibilities. I think everybody was thinking it would split in the last 40 kilometres, not the first 4 kilometres.
It might still do, yeah, even further. There is Egan Bernal. We all know how he performed in the crosswinds in Paris-Nice, remember? Last couple of years he's been absolutely brilliant. At the moment, though, it's Bora Hansgrohe giving De Koning Quick-Step a lesson in crosswinds, and that sounds strange in itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit harsh there. You know, it came down to a little bit of kind of climbing legs in the end there. Crosswind in the flat, okay, but they needed a bit of climbing legs. But these stages, I don't think, you know, really suits Primož Roglič. He seems to get kind of lost a little bit, you know, when it gets, you know, positioning is key at this moment. I'm just seeing a little bit further back that Wout van Aert, the stage winner from the other days, the rider in the yellow there, he's sitting in the wind. He's protecting Primož Roglič, because you can see at the front is that kind of wave effect, and wave effect, you don't really want to be the last man in that string, because the wave comes back, you're either into the gravel, the grass at the side, or, you know, dodging wheels.
The temperature forecast to go up as well today. Into that oven in southwest France. 33 degrees it's going to be at the finish, we're told. And the wind blowing into Lavaux. Just down the road, by the way, from Albi, where we had that stage won by Wout van Aert last year. Thibaut Pinot in the wind. There was a bit of worry about the fact that his tour could end there. Didn't in the end. It ended with problems later on. 125 k's to go here. Tour de France 2020. There's been a few moans and groans amongst fans around the world. When are they going to start racing? Here we go. So much so that Enric Mas yesterday had a bit of a spat at the Spanish journalists, because some of those Spanish journalists were relaying those fears. Of course, they'd probably been bombarded with tweets and phone calls to their radio stations and TVs, saying that there was no racing going on. We've had some high over average speed, even though we haven't had too many attacks. We've certainly had action here today, though. Look at this, Bora Hansgrohe have a spy in this group as well.
Yeah,
this is the Sam Bennett group.
Yeah, Poselberger. He was actually in the front group. He was one of the riders that kind of got in the skirmishes earlier on. It's possibly that was the plan, but he got dropped straight on the radio and telling them that they were almost there. Rob, it came down to a matter of, what, meters in the end, and Peter Sagan was intent, looking back, and just told these guys, keep pushing, and you know, it's gone out to over a minute now.
Jonathan, quick chat on the Chateau de Montaigu.
I'm desperately trying. There are so many chateaux on this route. The Chateau de Montaigu is just another example. First traces of this one come back to the 10th century. In the 12th century, it was constructed with donations from Sylvain Abbé, just up the road. It was defending the city to the south against attacks from marauders who came in. In the 15th century, it was a little bit embellished, and then in the 17th century, the defence system was dismantled, and it just became a place initially as another holiday home. Then it became a prison. Now it lies redundant.
Thanks, Jonathan. I'm just looking down, Brian, and in that second group that is now 1 minute and 18, we were just wondering if there were any GC hopes caught out, obviously because we're concentrating on the green jersey here and this fight for the intermediate sprint coming up. As it stands, Sagan would be taking a whole sack of points. Bennett will be taking absolutely nothing, and the green jersey very close to changing hands again. But behind, just looking out, we know that Dani Martinez hasn't had the greatest start, has he, to this Tour de France. He's caught up in that second group with Domenico Pozzovivo, David de la Cruz, who's already lost time, of course. But I would say the big headline name of any of the climbers and GC guys is Dani Martinez again, isn't it, in that second group?
Yeah, and Danny, you said they had that crash when they were coming off the descent of Col d'Huez, and you know, they've got 3 riders education first coming into this race, and you know, if anything happens, crashes, you know, losing a bit of time, you know, they still got you know, a bit of backup. So he's been caught out. But I tell you what, this is if this continues, we'll see what happens when we get to the sprint point here, whether they continue with this, because this is a huge effort from Bora Hansgrohe. It seems to be, you know, working in their favour for the time being. But you know, just interesting racing, full stop.
Looks like Max Schachmann's feeling better as well. Great news for them. Tour de France never disappoints. It can bobble along nice and quietly, and then it will explode into life. It's done just that at the start of stage 7 here of the 107th edition. You're watching the stage between Millau and Lavaux. 168 kilometers, and we head to Lavaux for the first time in 9 years. Mark Cavendish won a sprint in the rain against Andre Greipel back then. He only other visit came back a further 10 years before that. Rick Verbrugge was the winner on that day. Lotto Soudal then have won a stage of the Tour de France in Lavaux. They're going to have to do a lot if they're going to win today with Caleb Ewan. He's in the 3rd group of 3 main pelotons on the road. That's at about 2.5, 3 minutes. This is the second group, and the one we're most interested in at the minute, because the green jersey belonging to Sam Bennett, the Irishman, is at 1 minute and 20 seconds from the front of the race. Bob Jungels doing his best alongside Kasper Askreen to try and bring back Sam Bennett. At the moment, Brian Smith not doing a great job. They're finding it really difficult in the wind and against a really powerful, extremely motivated Bora Hansgrohe team.
Yeah, nailing ahead, motivated. That's what it is. He's, you know, he's really got them up and powering away at the front. Jungels, Kasper Askreen, also Jack Bauer, Dar Limpe, Naeve. I don't think Naeve were a big help. Luke Rohr looks as if he's up towards the front, and he'll want to get back to the front of the race. But noticeable sign there, Bob Jungels done a turn. It seems to be, you know, 1-0 to Bora now, because I think the power has just left this second group now, and it's going to be very difficult for them to come back to the front of the race now.
Well, let's look at the standings going into the 7th stage in the green jersey fight. Of course, we've got this intermediate sprint coming up down the road here. There are 20 points available for the first rider across the line. You'd imagine, the way it's looking, with most of the sprinters out the back, that the way Bora Hansgrohe are going, Sagan is going to pick up, surely, 20 points. Even if he doesn't, he's going to get 17 or 15. He's going to be up there picking up points. Bennett now leads by 12. He's 134 away, so likelihood is he's not getting back in before the sprint happens, unless something bizarre occurs up the road. But look at that. You would say that after the next intermediate sprint, Brian, Sam Bennett could well be losing the jersey.
Yeah, it looks like that. You know, if this group continues to lose time, it looked as if there was, you know, the firepower had been put out a little bit in this second group. They've now got the question: do they wait for the third group in the roads? Do they combine together? There's still an opportunity that after the sprint they still could come back. So if Group 2 and 3 can come together and they all work to try, all the sprinters and their teams try and work to come back, there's still a possibility. Look, it's only 3 minutes. One team riding at the front of the race, but it does look as if the second group, we're looking at the third group at the moment, but it does look as if the second group is just run out of firepower now.
Who comes and rides after that then? Let's see. And obviously we see what happens after the intermediate sprint too. Do Bora sit up? Because let's not forget that we've got the Pyrenees coming up in the next 2 days. And we know Bora Hansgrohe have Peter Sagan. We know he's motivated, as we said. And we know that Max Schachmann is feeling better from his broken collarbone. He's been working brilliantly today. But another man who is going really well is Emmanuel Buchmann. And Buchmann is said to be one of the favourites for the GC, certainly a top 5. they're going to have to support him somehow the best they can in the next couple of days too, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. As everybody knows, the reason why Sam Bennett changed teams is he wanted to come to the Tour de France and, you know, look for stages in the green jersey. He wasn't going to get that with Bora, with Peter Sagan there. So a big influence in the Tour de France of the green jersey, Peter Sagan. Bokman will have to do it pretty much on his own.
A rare glimpse there of Group 3. Tiesj Benoot is in there as well.
Yeah, Nicolas Rocha there. They were all sent back. A lot of these riders sent back to help out, and unfortunately, I don't think Bora have got any thoughts about stopping or not riding as hard. They're in this for the long run, for the stage win, and it depends. Looking at this front group, Rob, if this comes down to a sprint in the end, we still get the wind, of course, to come into play, and a lot of riders kind of sitting back, but the best sprinter is Peter Sagan, but Wout van Aert is there. How much work is he doing to help out Primož Roglič?
Brian Cocard, aujourd'hui, c'est une opportunité pour les sprinters.
Brian Cocard, today is an opportunity for the sprinters. How do you think that this is going to go?
Super piégeuse avec beaucoup.
Well,
je veux dire beaucoup de pièges.
I think it's going to be a very interesting stage. Certainly, there's a lot of wind out there today, and there's going to be a lot of traps as well. I have the feeling that it's warm, so I think it's going to be spicy. Plenty of wind, all the ingredients for it to be really stressful and nervous.
Il y a tout pour que ça soit nerveux et stressant.
On a discuté avec quelques
we spoke with some other sprinters. They say that they're going to copy Peter Sagan.
Qui a perdu le maillot vert. S'il y a du vent, on sait qu'il sait
when it's windy, he knows how to play it in his favour. Do you feel the same way?
Well,
yeah. If I'm not sure that only Peter Sagan and his team will want to create trouble towards the finish, I think the teams of several leaders will maybe lose time if they try echelons at the finish. There can be some really interesting moves. We've got to be careful we don't get tricked.
Dans le final, ouais, ça peut être, bah voilà, il peut y avoir des mouvements de course intéressants pour eux et il faudra pas se faire piéger tout simplement.
Une journée piégeuse, c'est pas quelque chose qui.
Do you like this kind of tricky day when it's a bit windy?
Ouais, j'aime bien quand c'est difficile.
I like it when it's challenging, when there's some pressure and some nervous tension. Being well positioned all day is not a problem for me. I actually prefer that. We'll just see this evening how it all went.
Ça me dérange pas plus que ça, donc voilà, on verra ce soir.
Merci Brian, à ce soir.
I think you like it when you're in the front group, not in groups 2 or 3.
Yeah, Brian Cocard is in the back of this group. He should be getting looked after because this is a huge opportunity for him. And just seeing him, I think he's been moved up into the middle of this group, so they realise there's a big potential. We're just talking about the sprinters that are here. The big name sprinters, Peter Sagan, maybe be missing a little bit against the other sprinters, but they're back down the road. Wout van Aert is a big threat today, but how much work will he do to look after Primož Roglič? Because we're not only looking at the sprinters that are missing, there's a lot of GC contenders here without certain teammates to be able to help them in the run in towards the finish.
You've already mentioned Luke Rowe, haven't you? And Egan Bernal, well, doesn't want to lose his guardian angel. If the GC teams, for example, Bora, want to carry this on and make it a double great day, if they want to give Buchmann some of an advantage later on. I've just seen Matteo Trentin is in this front group as well, alongside Greg van Avermaet. So that is another sprint name. There he is, left-hand side. You can always spot him because he very rarely has his jersey zipped up, does he? He's always got that chain hanging out. And he was vocal overnight, by the way. He put out an appeal to any spectators to please wear a mask if they come to the side of the road. I know that wherever you're watching around the world, there's different states of contagion. We know it's an almighty mess, and we don't want to say what's right and what's wrong, which measures are correct in which country and which aren't, because where I sit talking to you in Spain, we've got all the measures that, you know, we've been wearing masks for 2 months, but we've got the worst rates going. So you wonder about what the evidence is for certain measures at the moment, but of course I know it's easy if you're sitting at home and wondering why not everybody's masked up on the side of the road. Simply, in a lot of the places, it's down to what the laws are, aren't they? And people are going to do what they're told by law. In France at the moment, in most regions, it is not law to wear a mask everywhere, and maybe that's why we've seen a few people on the side of the road without it. But Trentin putting an appeal out overnight for those to please wear a mask on the side of the road. Today, demasked, you'll be hoping that his mask doesn't slip in terms of form, because he's looked okay. He's looked like he's been getting better, hasn't he, since that crash in Milano-Sanremo?
Yeah, he does. He looks strong, and incredible how he's come back from that. I thought he's out of the Tour de France, but he's back and causing a lot of damage today. But you know, looking at time gaps now, I said that you know, the power had gone out the second group. Even more power has gone out the third group in the road, because you know, they're over 4 minutes down now. So there was no chance. I just thought at one point, maybe if they'd amalgamated, it would have gone, you know, it would have been beneficial, but not now. I think the back group, end of day for them to get back to the front.
"115 kilometres to the conclusion." But it's the kilometres that we've already ridden since the start, the 50 or so of them, that have been absolutely fascinating. Nils Pollitt, man on your screen, Bora Hansgrohe on the front of the bunch for most of the day.
Well, Daniel Oss,
Star jerseys up there as well. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, Daniel Oss, I feel for him today. He was in the breakaway all yesterday.
Well, he's got a big job to do over the next 5 kilometres in particular. Just see Israel Startup Nation moving up a couple of fast riders to the front. Interesting to see what happens here. Trentin looks around. We know that Sagan has been the name we've been looking at, but he's not going to have it all his own way going to this sprint, is he? And yes, he's performing a great job with his team here, and you have to take your hat off to the tactics and the way they've carried it out. But Sagan, against other sprinters on the road, has not shown the same kick as Sagan of a few years ago, has he, so far?
No, and he was beaten in the intermediate on the second stage by Trentin, so Trentin will want to do exactly that. And well, maybe some of the other teams with riders here, maybe Alaphilippe might have a go to try and beat Sagan and take points away, because you have to consider everything.
He's won a bunch sprint in the past in Tirreno Adriatico, hasn't he?
He has done slightly uphill sprint. I was there at that time, but yeah, he's looking around. You can see him just looking around. Who's trying to grab my wheel? Who's here? And you'll see a few of the other kind of potential sprinters up there. It'll be interesting to see if anybody tries to kind of take points away from him from the other teams. You know, maybe at that kind of Alaphilippe. We saw that yesterday with Roger Kluge, and overnight I got in touch with Roger Kluge and just said to him, you know, what was happening yesterday, because we couldn't work it out. He said, "Hi Brian, thanks. It was only one single point, but in this way also I helped him and took one away from the opponents." Smiley face. He doesn't want help for the sprint preparation and do it by himself. Even he took no points in the end. In general, we focus on stage wins, but as long as it doesn't hurt too much to follow the wheels and take some points like the day before, he will try and be in the mix and minimise the loss, the gap.
Hanging on to see if there's a possibility in the third week maybe of going for it then. Interesting to see how it goes. Well, how it's going here is that we are 3 kilometres away now from the only intermediate sprint. Of course, I still, after a few years, struggle to get used to the fact that we only have one intermediate sprint in the Tour de France. It's watching the other Grand Tours and races throughout the year. It's been a few years now since we've been down to one, but we are. Makes the focus on it that much greater. The focus at the front has been on that since the first few kilometres, really. We're looking at Romain Sicard in the blue, white and red. He's not too far off home this weekend, man from the French Basque Country. Certainly on Sunday's stage, he'll be pretty close to home. Bahrain McLaren with a few riders up there. And there's the yellow jersey. All focus on the green the last couple of days, but Adam Yates in the lead of the Tour de France. Good day so far for him, but of course another man who has a few riders behind who he might want to protect him later on.
Yeah, there's a few rouleurs back there, Jack Bauer and Darrell Impey, the road captain, and if this kind of kicks off, I'm not going to say Bora, because Bora will be tired by then, but if there's enough of maybe another team may take advantage. One of the GC teams might decide to take advantage in the run-in. Might be Jumbo-Visma. Jumbo-Visma might see an opportunity. We know how well they can go. If Wout van Aert is there, they might take a little bit of advantage in the run-in and try and split things. So this day is, yeah, I think we could be talking about it for days.
I think it's safe to say that Alaphilippe is going to try and do something for Sam Bennett here. Sagan at the back of this little train at the moment with the white jerseys on, green helmets, and then you have Alaphilippe just on the right as we look at it now. He's wearing a white jersey with blue shorts. Wearing orange, you can see Matteo Trentin. Orange with a gold helmet is Greg van Avermaet, and in the green, the glass, the colour of the ocean, up in Brittany they call it, that is Bryan Coquard. We're approaching the final few hundred metres now before this intermediate sprint. 300 metres, and here comes Trentin, who's launching it. He's being followed by Sagan, and then behind him you can see it's Coquard. Alaphilippe doing his best as well. Trentin going all the way with 100 metres to go. 20 points up for grabs here. Trentin versus Sagan. Sagan coming round at just the right time, or was he? That was very, very close. Head-on shot. It was either Trentin or Sagan on the line. 20 or 17 points. Here we go.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think Alaphilippe, he just have the big power to battle against Trentin and Sagan, but Trentin leading it out, and it looked as if Trentin got that one from Sagan, and Coquard there in third place. So I think Sam Bennett will be maybe be buying Trentin a pint later.
20 points to Matteo Trentin, 17 to Peter Sagan. But Peter Sagan goes straight back into the lead. He is the virtual green jersey yet again. Over to you, Mr. Bennett, for the rest of the stage. First of all, it would have to come back together there. Take a deep breath. Question is now, Brian Smith, does this continue? Because we go uphill basically from down in this gorge.
Yep, it continues. They're fully committed now to this, and if the gap had been a little bit closer, maybe about the 30 seconds or 40 seconds, then they would have considered, do we want to kind of burn their team the whole way? But now the gaps have gone up. The group at Sam Bennett is over 2 minutes. The group with Caleb Ewan is almost 5 minutes down now, so they're not coming back to the front. I don't think anybody's coming back to the front, so Bora Hansgrohe will continue this, because this is an opportunity for Peter Sagan now to try and win the stage. He's just coming up here. He's just told the riders, look, just, you know, right steady. There's no rush here. The gap's going up, so he's just in a hard sprint here. So just right, nice and steady. The interesting thing now will be, once we get into the last 40 kilometres, what teams in this front group have got numbers that might want to take advantage of the crosswinds. Will Jumbo-Visma try to do something? When you look at the next two stages, Rob, it's into the Pyrenees. It's going to be, you know, quite brutal. So it's not over yet, and I think the GC teams will want to try and get over this stage as safe as possible, but Bora will continue.
Second group on the road, that is Sam Bennett's group. 2 minutes 14 seconds, and look at that, group 3 at almost 5 minutes. We could probably say adieu to them until tomorrow. So 14 kilometres to the top of this third category climb. This is the Col de Peyronec. 3.9% the average. Long old climb this, but the sort of climb that with the gradient, you've got the likes of Schachmann and Os on there. They can ride a nice tempo on this gradient, can't they?
Yeah, it's they really have to protect each other and look after each other and not burn themselves out, because they've still got you know, well over 100 kilometres to go all the time. There's a big group here with you know, I would say about 80 riders now at the front. You can see a lot of chat there with Jumbo-Visma. They seem to have 4 riders towards the front here, a couple at the back, so they've got quite a strong complement of riders. I've only actually seen Tony Martin back in one of the groups, so they seem to have
second group for Martin.
Yeah, a good complement of riders. I haven't seen Janssen as well. I'm not too sure of Janssen. He was drafted in for Stephen Kruijswijk, but you know, Tom Dumoulin going back having a wee chat. They might be thinking of you know, trying to do something in the last 40 kilometres, but for sure this is a Bora Hansgrohe stage. Can they finish it off? Well, they'll be up against it.
A very warm welcome back, and if you would like to watch uninterrupted, make sure you subscribe to the GCN Race Pass or Eurosport.com. What a fascinating day today. These are the days we really all love to watch bike racing. Never know quite what's going to happen when you flick the television on, open up the app on your mobile or your computer, sit down with a tablet in the sun to catch the last few rays. Catching the rays here, things are heating up, the wind is blowing, but so far it's on the hills where the distances have been made and in the wind where they've been maintained. This is Guillaume Martin on his way back to the peloton. They really think that he can get a top 5 this year. They are really backing Martin, and he's shown quite a bit of form to back that up, and he's being brought back to the peloton right now by Pierre-Luc Perrichon. No worry. This is the moment that after all the panic, that with a nice solid tempo, if you have to go back to the car here, you can probably just about get away with it, can't you, Brian?
Yeah, I think it's kind of settled down. If they rode hard up there after the sprint, if they rode hard up there, they would, you know, burn out the team too much. So it's just a steady tempo. So the race is kind of settled down. The second group is still, you know, about 2:23, so they're not losing too much. It's the back group that is now over 5 minutes now, so it looks as if they've kind of given up. They're not going to come back. I'm not going to write off the second group, but it's highly unlikely they'll come back to the front of the race. So this is just a kind of steady tempo. A couple of questions on Twitter about, you know, was this planned, or was it just a case of they looked at the situation and you know, decided that's what they would do? In a team meeting, you always talk about it, you always try and take advantage. So you plan things, but you don't know what other teams are going to do. So if the situation rose, because I don't think anybody would have ridden out the first you know, 10, 20 kilometres and seen exactly what way the wind's blowing. So there's always a thought, if this happens, and you don't know how the other riders are feeling, because Sam Bennett wasn't that far away earlier on. He was so close, he could have spit across the gap, but they pushed it on even harder. So you make plans, and then you have a kind of road captain, someone making the decisions as the stage progresses.
The CCC team have, as well as Greg van Avermaet and Matteo Trentin, 1 or 2 domestics in there, and they were just feeding. 6% of a gradient right now. This climb gets easier the further you get up it. It's the last 5 or 6 Ks where the average is at around 3%. For now, you get the odd kilometre at 4, 5, 6%. Doesn't really go above that, though, for most of it. Wind's still blowing. By the way, the wind forecast, we were very excited overnight. The vent d'automne is going to be...
I don't think the riders were.
Well, I think some of them will have been. Surely Bora Hansgrohe will have been.
Yeah,
maybe Quick-Step if they thought that they could have got it right, but it hasn't gone right for them.
Yeah, I think, you know, Dakota Quick-Step are renowned for riding in crosswinds. Just unfortunately, Sam, on that climb, he just kind of couldn't go with the front riders. I don't know where he started towards the front or the back and had some sliding room, but it's just not meant to be for Sam. I think he will eventually get his stage. And, you know, what about... because you know, I think most people were kind of looking at Sam today. He's in the green jersey, everything was looking good, super confident, but I tell you what, you'll have another opportunity after the Pyrenees. But what the chances of stage 11 finishing to Poitiers, right? Poitiers is famous, right, for where Sean Kelly won his first ever Tour de France stage win. What's the chances of Sam Bennett doing it in stage 11 into Poitiers and winning his first? I know they come from the same place, Carrick and Shure.
Is it not twinned with Carrick, is it, Poitiers?
Well, I think if he does win there, it has to be. What are the chances that is going to happen?
Well, we had a debate about the Carrick county boundaries yesterday. I don't know how far we should go into local politics again. That really did stir up some passions. I think Sean lit the match there, threw it in, and enjoyed watching all the chaos it caused. Drinks delivery in the meantime for Bora Hansgrohe at the front, and this gap growing. 2:38 now to Sam Bennett and Benoit Cosnefroy in that second group. 5:32 to Ewan, Christophe and company behind. A long, long way behind now, and out of the game, you would say, today. Well, we talked about that Vent d'Automne last night, and you remember the stage last year, Brian. Wout van Aert won it. It was a wonderfully hot day. I remember because we actually drove over that Millau Viaduct. I was watching the Cricket World Cup final on my phone and refreshing every 90 seconds to try and see if England were going to beat New Zealand. We got to the hotel late at night, things calmed down. We woke up the next morning. The wind was blowing an absolute gale. The drive onto Albi itself, beautiful warm day, and old town of Albi, lovely, lovely place. And you had that finish, didn't you, where you went downhill over the river. I presume it might be the River Tarn because we're in the Tarn district area, which you've seen before. I'm sure people can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it's a beautiful old town, Albi. And then the uphill finish, and Wout van Aert made a name for himself in the Tour de France by winning that stage. But it was the hour beforehand when the Vent d'Automne, the locally named wind, and it's the southeasterly wind that comes off the Mediterranean Sea, just in that corner between Barcelona and Montpellier, where France and Spain meet each other, the north and southern halves of Catalonia, and it came in and it caused havoc. Today, we have forecasts that might want to do something pretty similar. We're talking in the final hour or two of racing today, when we got to the exposed section, we leave Castres and head to our finale today in Lavore. 20 kilometers per hour forecast, but gusts of up to 45 kilometers per hour. If this isn't already exciting, it could break up even more in an hour or two.
Yeah, I think they may look at it. They may have an opportunity here. Where's it going to come from in the front? Who's got numbers in the front? We've already kind of talked about it, that Jumbo-Visma an opportunity, but will they take it on? Will they instigate it? Because, you know, 2 difficult days in the Pyrenees coming up. Will the GC contender just be happy to get this day safe and sound so that, you know, the sprinters that are left at this front of this race can have their day? But you know, we know that Trentin, you know, he put away Sagan in that intermediate sprint. He could do likewise at the finish. He's got Greg Van Avermaet to kind of help him to be able to do that. So it's certainly an interesting day, and a day that we'll be talking about for a while. But you say in this area as well, that stage into Albi, if I can remember, even at the start, I know that Lilian Calmejaan comes from this area, and you reminded me this morning, and he was one of the riders that was trying to get in the breakaway this morning and failed. But I can remember him trying to get in the breakaway, and I think there was a bit of a skirmish of a kind of fight in the group. I think it was you know, the Moscon incident as well. So yeah, the wind always plays havoc in this area.
Yeah, Lilian Calmejaan comes from Albi, the town where that stage finished last year. The proper Régional de l'Étape, the man who would have been, if he was in the peloton here, desperate to get in the break as well today, is Benjamin Thomas, the track star, who this year was going to concentrate more on the Olympic Games before they were then cancelled. He rides the Madison on the track. Well, Benjamin Thomas was born and raised in Lavore, where we head to today. So when he was a kid, I'm sure he was out on the side of the road watching Mark Cavendish win what was then the 18th of his 30 stage wins today in the Tour de France. Rainy day that day. I was looking at the images earlier on today, Cavendish to the front. They were wet through and damp, wet roads in July. It's September now, and it's absolutely blazing hot. Movistar going back for lunch. They really have not had a good 2020 season. Ever since we saw them on the cinema reels. The documentary came out. I think I said the other day, the least expected day, the translation was in English. I don't really expect them anywhere at the moment. One win all season. We know they've lost a few of their big riders, but they've come with Marc Soler. Carlos Berona there with his hand up at the back. Marc Soler alongside Alejandro Valverde, who's now 40 and maybe, just maybe, starting to act his age. Ever since the lockdown, doesn't quite seem to have been the same rider so far. Of course, things can change, and with Valverde, you would never write him off. The third man of the three-pronged attack this year is Enric Mas. Best placed on GC, 22 seconds, the man from Mallorca. Lives in Andorra nowadays. As do a few in this list. Matteo Trentin, over in Monte Carlo, I think, nowadays. He took 20 points there. 17 for Sagan, and as you look down the list, you will not see Sam Bennett's name. Sam Bennett not taking any points. Peter Sagan, the virtual green jersey again. Right, we were just talking about the wind, vent d'automne, and that day a few years ago, well, last year in Albi. I gather we've got some other archive images coming up now. We're going to cast our minds back a couple of years.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, Rob, and the stage 15 went from Millau to Carcassonne. I think you may well remember it because of that wonderful bit of modern art that was on the walls of Carcassonne. It was Magnus Cort who won the stage, Astana winning yesterday, while they were winning back on stage 15 in 2018. It was the second consecutive stage for the Kazakh outfit that year. Jon Izagirre of Bahrain Merida in second, Bauke Mollema of Trek Segafredo in third.
Thanks, Jonathan. Always good to cash your mind back, even if it's not too long ago. Tell you what, the Movistar rider's going back to the car now, made me hungry. Jonathan, what have you cooked us for lunch?
I've cooked some aligot. It might not be the day for aligot if you were to be having it for lunch, because it's pretty stodgy fare. I've made truffade in years gone by on the tour, and that happens to be one of my favourite things. But I thought just the other evening I was cooking for my kids, and I just thought I'm going to do some aligot. It's another one of my favourite sort of mashed potato combinations with a bit of cheese, bit of garlic, bit of cream, bit of butter. I mean, you have to put butter in. It's France after all. And the upshot of it was actually I was really delighted with the aligot. So we did it with steak at home. I always like to throw in at least one, usually two steak recipes during a Tour de France, again because it gives me an excuse to cook it. So this was sirloin steak that I was doing. I always think it's best if you're going to do sirloin steak, get yourselves good thick pieces of steak, like about 6 centimeters thick. If you can go to your local butchers and you can get them cut for you, all the better. If you can't, well, then just try and find the fattest, thickest sirloin steak that you can in the supermarket. Then you want to get hold of about 1.5 kilos of Maris Pipers, peel them and dice them. 5 cloves of garlic, you're going to peel and crush those. Actually, if you crush and then peel them, you'll find that it's a lot easier. Put 1 to one side and keep well, maybe put 2 to one side actually, and keep 3 to ready to lob in with your potatoes. And then you want some chard, and then you want cheese. Now the cheese that you use to make traditional aligot is a Tome de l'Auvergne, but I found, because that's very hard to get hold of in the UK, Emmental does make quite a good substitute, and Emmental becomes quite stringy as well when you pull it apart. So yeah, it gives you exactly the texture that you'd like. Bit of salt, bit of pepper, bit of oil, bit of butter, and a bit of cream. And then you're going to bring your saucepan of salted water to the boil. Throw in your potatoes and 3 cloves of garlic and boil for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, you're going to heat a griddle pan, or if you have an outdoor gas barbecue or even a wood barbecue, then you can cook your steaks on that. I would suggest that you smother them, lather them generously in butter and then a bit of pepper. Seal for a minute each side, especially this is if they're 6 centimeters thick. Cook for 4 to 5 minutes each side. Then you want to place them on a board, cover in foil, and you want to leave them to rest for at least 10 minutes. Now, after that, you want to drain your potatoes, throw in some butter and then some seasoning. You want to get one of your other cloves of garlic, fresh pressed in there, some cheese and cream, cover for 2 minutes and then mash until really, really smooth and creamy. And then you cover those again. And then with the chard, just chop that up and throw in a clove of garlic, a little drizzle of water over the top, turn on the heat. You want to braise that, so just a couple of minutes like that, then a bit of oil on top, cover and cook for a further minute, and then you'll be able to bring that out nice and fresh and crunchy. Serve that with a good spoonful of your aligot and some sliced pieces of steak, and then yeah, jobs are good and really. That's it. And I've suggested you enjoy it with a glass of Fronton, which is a really nice red wine that comes from around Toulouse, and it's almost as vintage as that car, one might say.
I know what I'm going to try and make at lunchtime. Might have to be quick though. Don't want to miss too much of what's going on. It's been an absolutely brilliant day, hasn't it, so far? The first sort of little bit of downtime we've had, and I suppose it's going to be the same in the team cars here as well, Brian, isn't it? Everybody's sort of taking stock of what's been done so far, looking at their race situation, what they can do in the finale today, maybe getting the last little bits of reports of how the wind's doing. They'll have people up the road, won't they, and looking at the conditions, sending back the messages. It's going to be really interesting to see how it goes. Alaphilippe a little lonely in this group today. Most of his teammates out the back. He did have Dries Devenijns with him here. Quite a bit of chat in the French papers today about Julien Alaphilippe. First time that we've really seen any chat about, is he in the right team? Is he going in the right direction? Of course, a lot of the French press obviously want him to be a guy to at least try and win this over 3 weeks. There's been constant denial so far in his career. No, that's not me, I'm not going for it, just stages. And his team, well, just look at the team lineup. Half of it for him, the rest for Sam Bennett. Opportunities other days. It's pretty clear they haven't brought a team and probably don't have a team to go for the overall fully yet. I think the race that they were going to go for the overall was the Giro d'Italia this year, wasn't it, with Evenepoel, and they'd brought in the likes of Cattaneo to try and climb for him. James Knox was going to ride there as well, but here at the Tour de France, Alaphilippe just questioned maybe by the French press as to whether the future for him lies at the Koenig Quick-Step or not. I'd be interested to get your take on that, Brian. You know the transfer market very well.
Well, I think Patrick Lefevre, who runs the management company, looks after the Quick-Step team, the Koenig Quick-Step team. You know, he stays in the same, management company, just changing the name, and a little bit of a problem there. Nice push from Devenijns, but traditionally they're just a racing team. They go out there and race and win bike races. It's as simple as that. They tried quite a few years ago with Rigoberto Urán, and never really went for them. So I think they've decided that they just want to continue what they do best at, is winning bike races instead of trying to win kind of Grand Tours. I think they're the total opposite to Team Sky or Team Ineos. They concentrate on the Grand Tours, where the Koenig Quick-Step just think about winning bike races every day, whether they're in the Grand Tour or whether they're in the Classic or wherever they are. For Alaphilippe, to answer your question on Alaphilippe, he does get a lot of success in this team, and if he went to another team and had the pressures to deliver, would he deliver? That's the question. So many riders have gone away from this kind of management structure, to other teams and not being successful. I think any team that Alaphilippe goes into, he will always be successful. He doesn't need too many riders round about him to help him to win big races. He's just a naturally gifted and fantastic rider. So I think he's happy, and it's all about motivation. He can go for big money, but he's not.
Welcome back to all of you watching on the telly. If you would like to watch uninterrupted throughout the day, remember you can subscribe to the GCN Race Pass or Eurosport.com. Not miss a minute. They've missed 3 minutes and 21 seconds in Group 2. 6 minutes and 5 to Caleb Ewan, Alexander Kristoff and the rest of the big sprinters. This is looking increasingly like the group that's going to contest the finale today as we look at Emmanuel Buchmann, known as Emu to his teammates. Top speed so far on the stage, 96.3 kilometers per hour. We're told that it's a fast finish today if there is some sort of sprint. I've been chatting to some spies on the ground. Of course, as you'll all know, we are stuck remotely this year, aren't we? We're talking to you from all over the continent because of the COVID restrictions. But I did talk to somebody on the ground today, and they said that there was a real tailwind in the final few hundred meters, even slightly downhill towards the finish line. Really fast sprint. Do well to top the 96 kilometers per hour though put in by Buchmann so far.
Well, if he's doing 96, I believe some of the bigger fellows in this group have maybe done it a bit faster. But you just see, we were talking about Alaphilippe just a bit earlier there. He's such a character, and I think he enjoys the team he's in there, just kind of patting Higuita on the head there. But I tell you what, Rob, this is a hard day for Bora Hansgrohe. It's going well for them. They've got 7 of the 8 in front, and the only rider missing is Posselberger. He's in the Sam Bennett group. He did his work earlier on today, just kind of get distance just as the groups kind of came together. But it's a big day for Bora Hansgrohe, but they won't have it all their own way when we come into the finish. Everybody will know that you know, it's been set up for Peter Sagan. I've even seen Thomas de Gent, and don't be surprised if we get into these kind of crosswinds, predicted crosswinds later on, that Thomas de Gent might have a go. So I think that's what Bora Hansgrohe are doing, settling things down, trying to keep a bit of powder dry for later on, because they're going to need it, because everybody will know that they wanted to keep it together for a Peter Sagan sprint victory. Well, other teams might be thinking something else. Maybe not the GC teams, but they'll have to be attentive, that's for sure. But the GC teams have got 2 big days coming up, so they'll want to kind of try and take it as easy as possible. But there'll be some other kind of individuals that may think that they try something because Sagan, Trentin are there. And probably at the back of the mind of Peter Sagan, Trentin is in this group. Trentin has beat him twice in this Tour de France in intermediate sprint, so it's not going to be a nailed-on victory for Peter Sagan.
That's looking who's there for Bahrain McLaren as well. Wonder if somebody like Haller's made it in.
He's there,
of course.
Yep.
Well, he's another fast finisher.
Yep.
Again, you wonder whether he's going to get his opportunity, and I think a lot of it is going to come down to that at the end. You mentioned Van Aert. Are they going to try and force something in the wind? We know that once we leave Castres and we head up to the finale in Lavaux, the wind is forecast to come over the left shoulder. Talking about wind, of course, we often talk about echelons, crosswind, the fight into it. You can give us a bit of an insight here as an ex-rider, Brian, because as a lay person, I'm always told that a cross tailwind is the worst one for getting caught out in.
For getting caught out there, because the gaps open a lot quicker. Cross headwinds, the gaps are kept a lot smaller. When you get the most dangerous wind, as you say, is a cross tail wind, because once the echelons start, once the gaps open, they open very quickly, and that's it. It's everybody finds it easy. It's the same, out in the bike for anybody. Riding with a tailwind, you ride faster. Riding with a headwind, you ride slower. So it's the same analogy with crosswinds. You get that aid if you're not in the first echelon, second, third. It can split into several groups. That the speed of the race is just high. When the speed of the race is high, the gaps open very, very quickly.
3:43 as we've got to look at Benoit Cosnefroy. There's going to be no points in the King of the Mountains jersey for him here, by the way. He's already taken 2 today, so he's extended his lead. But there are only 5 points available from start to finish, and almost seems a little cruel, doesn't it? We're at the end of a 15-kilometre climb and only 2 points available at the top. And there's the view from the top there. Wonderful view. Getting towards one of my favourite regions of France. I can make it pretty obvious during the year that I'm much more a man for the Mediterranean. I'm not the biggest Francophile in the world. It is a beautiful country in certain regions, but the southwest, that's where I come alive when we go to France. I love it down here.
You're just looking at David Gaudu down the back there for Groupama, and he was really suffering with you know, a sore back because of his crash, but he's still in this front group. And I know there's been maybe a few people asking on social media about, you know, the failing of Deceuninck Quick-Step. You know, they're used to kind of crosswinds. Why isn't you know, Sam Bennett here? It came down to the start. It came down to just going uphill. It's as simple as that. It was uphill, crosswinds over the top, and not a lot you can do. And I think they would have realised that was happening and tried to stay near the front. But you know, when you consider pretty much most of the sprinters, almost all of the sprinters have been distanced at that point. So unfortunately for the sprinters, uphill is something that they don't do. I know it was only a small climb, a third category climb, but it's just the pace, the crosswinds over the top did the damage more than anything. And we talked about the crosswinds, what hurts the most. It's just the speed of the race and the speed of the riders in front. There's not a lot you can do. If you get caught out in the wrong place, then bang, that's it. And it's the only thing I have a wee bit concern with Roglic. He's not the best at positioning, and needs people to kind of look after him, while other riders are better at doing it than others. But what I did notice earlier on, Rob, was Connor Swift. His job looking after Nairo Quintana was excellent today.
You can hear from Connor Swift, by the way, every day on the Cycling Podcast. I think they've got a bit of an audio diary with him, and it was interesting hearing that he doesn't speak any Spanish and Nairo Quintana doesn't speak any English.
You don't need to. It
was the looks, wasn't it? Yeah. And the odd word in French, and that's where they all went for it. As we see Thomas de Kent, by the way, coming for King of the Mountains points, I think, here. Just keep your eye on this, because it is Thomas de Kent, and you never know. But it looks as though he's just going to pick up the 2 points at the top. That's the first time Thomas de Kent's ever gone off the front and nobody's panicked behind. There he is. I think he was just taking the points there. Maybe getting ready and laying some foundations for an assault in weeks 2 and 3 on that competition.
Yeah, we've seen him kind of test himself a little bit. He's not just going for the points. I thought he would wait a little bit later on into the stage once it gets on to kind of flatter lands, but he never underestimate this man. He's full of grit and determination, and he took the points. But I think he'll look back soon and think, maybe not a good idea with Bora riding on the front.
We're talking about Connor Swift, and we also mentioned that the World of Cycling was out on Wednesday. If you haven't caught up with that yet, make sure you do, because there are also dispatches from Connor Swift on the weekly World of Cycling show. And to get access to the World of Cycling, remember, get on the GCN Race Pass, hit subscribe. We promise you that you will not regret it. You can have Brian Smith all day uncensored as well then. Uninterrupted and uncensored, how about that? I think there'll be a bit of censoring of a few bits of words said behind here, because it's looking increasingly like there is no comeback for this group. And we're not just talking about Sam Bennett. Brian's mentioned this, as Thomas de Kent does push on a little up front, and the road starts to open up. But there are a few key domestics for GC riders in that group too. Not only Peter Sagan, but Brian Coquard thinks he can win the stage today. That is why B&B Hotels Vital Concept have just decided to start riding to make sure that Thomas de Kent's little sneak off the front doesn't become a Thomas de Gent special.
Bit of a strange one. I think
long way to go, isn't there?
Yeah, a long way to go, and I'm not too sure how many B&B Hotel riders there are in this front group. And I know we've seen Brian Coquard very good at looking after himself, but you would think that if they have 4 or 5 riders there, Bora have already made the statement they're going to ride pretty much all day. Okay, they've got one of the strongest sprinters in the world, but he's been beaten, and Wout van Aert is there, and Matteo Trentin. So I don't think they have to ride. I think let Bora do it all and keep their team back, because Brian Coquard in the run in towards the finish, if it does kind of open up in crosswinds, he's going to need all the help he can get, and he's already said it in his interview. If he gets to the sprint, yes, but it's getting to the sprint, that's where the danger lies.
"12 seconds. Once again, this stage about to come alive. Daniel Oss has had quite a lot of work to do today.
And yesterday.
I think they were anticipating it. I saw Lucas Pustelberger posting his breakfast on Instagram this morning. There was quite a lot of carbs there. A lot of rice for the morning. I think he's been on the non-alcoholic beers in the evening as well for the extra few carbs. They've had a busy few days.
But I'm just looking also here that, you know, Adam Yates is here, Jo Jensen is there as well. I'm not too sure what other riders are there for Mitchelton Scott. So
we've seen Nieve behind and Impey as well, haven't we?
So the thing is, there is an opportunity here. If the crosswind does happen towards the finish, and it's anticipated it does, then with only one teammate there, and that's why Jack Bauer and Daryl Impey were riding, and they're still kind of riding a wee bit, because they would really love to be there to be able to help him. So with the Jumbo-Visma having 6 riders in the front of the race, they have to look at it. I'm not too sure they will, because of the 2 big Pyrenean stages coming up in the next couple of days, but you have to take your chances where you can.
Well, we still have 91 kilometres remaining today. 4 minutes now to that group you talked about with Jack Bauer. In the meantime, we leave the Aveyron behind and we head to the Tarn. Number 81. This is where we had all the funny business last year that we mentioned, with Wout van Aert winning the stage, the wind blowing across the road, and we've got the famous Vent d'Automne as well. Every wind in this part of the world seems to have a name, doesn't it? I love it. I can't think of too many back in United Kingdom. Maybe you can help with some Scottish knowledge, Brian, but I do love it. It always reminds me of watching the cricket when I was a kid, and cricket fans will know this, because every time that there was a tour down under in Australia, you get to Perth. Perth known for its stinking hot days, really, really hot days. But also because of the wind that came in from a town down the road called Fremantle. This wind had the best name that I've ever heard yet. And I want some examples of wind names wherever you're watching around the world, on Twitter please, @RobHatchTV, because this was the Fremantle Doctor, nicknamed the Doctor. The name is one of the most bizarre things that came in the world, but I absolutely loved it. I'd love to know if there's any wind around where you are, wherever you're watching around the world. It's got a silly name to it, but we had nothing like that in Lancashire. What about up in Scotland?
No, we had nothing like that. We have got, in some of the west coast, we've got some palm trees, so there must be some kind of tropical wind blowing in there at Largs.
Tropical?
But I think every wind we just call, if there's a wind blowing in Scotland, we just call it it's blowing a hoolie. So we just call it it's a hoolie. It's blowing a hoolie. I think we mentioned it the other day in commentary, but yeah, we don't name winds.
Believe it or not, we had a hurricane the other day here in the Balearic Islands. Couldn't believe it. Thought it was just a storm, but turns out that they officially upgraded it to a hurricane. Trees all over the road. Only lasted a few hours, but it was windy enough. If something like that's blowing along the road today, that Peloton's going to be in trouble.
And before I go and hand over to Sean Kelly, Thomas de Gendt, Rob, he should know better. I think you know, if his team are looking at B&B Hotels and Bora, it's a bit of a kind of wasted effort. He's just kind of hanging out the front. I would think that if any of them are listening to us here on Eurosport or GCN Past, tell them to to come back to the peloton and save it for later on, because there could be some interesting racing as we come in towards the finish.
Was he not hoping maybe that they wouldn't take too much notice of him? He's got 10 seconds now, but it's quite clearly at the minute, I'm going to caveat this because this is Thomas de Gendt we're talking about, but at the minute he's going nowhere, isn't he?
No, he isn't, and you know, wasting a bit of energy, showing everybody that he's got some good legs, but you know, why not wait till later on? He's you know, he's on his own. He won't be given too much of a gap. Teams are riding at the front. You know, if he's got that power, why not kind of wait later on in the stage? We saw, you know, Roger Kluge do something yesterday, you know, scratching head. We saw Fabio Aru scratching head incident, and today we see another. So it'll be interesting to see what our very own Sean Kelly thinks.
Well, Sean will be along in a moment after a word from Colton Kirby.
Hi, Rob. And adieu to both yourself and indeed to Brian, who's had a long old stint so far. Just about to welcome Sean Kelly on board. Well, what a day. It's you kind of feel as well, Rob, don't you, that it's actually just another page in what's going to be a big drama today.
Yes, of course we were expecting all the drama towards the end of today's stage, but certainly been a brilliant watch so far. I can't wait to settle down with the popcorn for the next hour or so.
Yeah, those three kickers right at the top really were a kick in the pants for some of the ambitions out there. Still got Colbrelli in this front group as well, I note, and other quick men, Matteo Trentin, who's stolen points, as you've already seen in the sprint as well. And Sean, are you with us? What a phenomenal day it has been so far, and it's far from over, because we've got this big turn in the wind coming with 44 kilometres to go. There have been so many lines that they've had to race towards, and the marshalling of all the troops, it seems, has been by Peter Sagan's will.
Well, what a stage we've had from the start here, and the difficult undulating roads has made it difficult, and then of course in the open plains here, side wind, if you're not in a good position, well then you get caught out, as many riders have been.
Certainly have. Sure, on the side winds that are blowing here, they're across headwind at the moment. Once they make the turn, it's going to be across tailwind, which is absolutely nightmarish to protect against. And Brian was saying to sort of calling out to de Gendt really via over the GCN race app, which if you're hearing us now, you're on it, and it's good to have your company. Save your energy till later, and everyone is going to need plenty of that. But what about poor old Sam? Got caught out, not the only one. A lot of quick men today. It looks like their day is done. 4 minutes and 15 in arrears at the moment.
Well, as Brian said just before he left us there, de Gendt, what is he doing here? Because, you know, it's just an amateur tactic here from de Gendt. You'd think he would have more cop on.
Do you think it's frustration, Sean? Well, because their team is hobbled big time. De Gendt has not had the freedom that he'd wanted. John Degenkolb went home early. Philippe Gilbert likewise with a broken patella. Degenkolb, of course, out of time after crashing and then being alone in the wind. I just got a feeling that each day we watch de Gendt line up at the front in frustration, as if saying, look, if I wanted to go for it, I probably could. And finally he's got a chance to do so, but it's not ideal, so he's just had to take it.
Well, I think it's a mad effort what he's doing here. You just have to wait and just keep your patience and hold on to the end and see what happened in this final, what way the wind will be first of all. But riding like this, you know, with a number of riders on the front of the peloton just rotating there, he's just going to kill himself, and kill himself for a number of days to come as well. That is the danger, and I can't see the peloton just, you know, slowing down and allow him to ride away, because we know that they're going to ride all the way to the finish. It's getting nervous now as we get in closer to the finish as well. So there's always teams going to be going to ride, and we can see, you know, B&B hotels, Vittel Concept starting to come to the front as well. Like I just don't understand what the director is doing there. I just call him and say, will you stop and just wait and see what happened in the end, and we decide the tactic later, because he's just going to, you know, burden himself here today and for days to come. But going back to the start, Carlton, you know, what a start we had. But, you know, when you look at this group, I'm surprised, disappointed that Bennett is not up here. I can't understand why he's not in this group, because Bennett can get over the lumpy stuff quite well, so he mustn't be on a good day. There's no other explanation to it, because you look at, you know, Coquard is up there, Thomas against himself. You know, he doesn't like the lumpy stuff, and that was, you know, a real difficult one. And if Bennett got cut out a bit further down, well, then that's a real bad mistake, because he should be in the wheel of Sagan this morning, starting out there in the rollout. You get around Sagan, you watch him, you keep close to him, because we know Sagan, he can try something in the earlier part of a stage, a lumpy stage where he tries to get into the breakaway. He's done it so many times. It's written on the wall there, and I'm very surprised that Sam's not up here.
Sean Kelly giving vent to his frustrations, I think, while we've been away from some of you. We haven't been away from those on the GCN racing app, don't forget, which they have. That pass indeed allows you to see uninterrupted coverage. This morning, caught out, Sam Bennett. Sean can't believe that he wasn't alert to the threat being posed by Peter Sagan. Written on the wall, he said just a few moments ago, was that threat. Well, Sam wasn't the only man to get caught out, to be fair to him. A lot of quick men indeed are down there and disengaged. In fact, behind Sam's group at 7 minutes and 52 in arrears, you're finding the group with Caleb Ewan, Viviani, Christoph as well. Chase Boll, that'll be an absolute nightmare for him. He was one of the, I think he might have been Bernie Eisel's pick for today. Not sure, but yeah.
Oh, crash.
Yeah, indeed, just on one of the turns, and this may well play into the hands of De Gendt, almost luckily so. We've been asking our questions as to why he's up the road. Looks like it was a quick one, and with not too much consequence, and let's hope that not too much. Hugo Hofstetter, who did make it up here, Greipel further back, but he's, as you can see, he's just lost a bit of skin, and indeed his shorts just torn there as well. Oh no, in fact that's just the design. Oh no, they are torn, I beg your pardon, but let's have a look. Just one of those, the road's mobbed here, Sean. They're kind of wanting to make sure that they just stay protected. The trouble is, if you do that, then there's an awful lot of riders with the same kind of idea. They've been swarming around in a ball, haven't they, like a ball of sardines trapped in a harbour here. And they were going cross-country on the left and right-hand side of the road. Lutsenko as well, yesterday's winner, was also caught up in that. He's back off and underway. And Hofstetter, who gets his chance today with, in the absence of, indeed, Andre Greipel, who's also caught out in that back group. Sam Bennett, I'm afraid, has his own group named after him at the moment, the group Maillot Vert, and I'm afraid it may well be over for him today in the green jersey. Can't see him getting back in. Peter Sagan has finished second in the intermediate sprint, which is his first target today, to Matteo Trentin, who has done a great job, the former European champion, to also get his tightly trimmed Brucey beard up towards the fore as well. He may have an aero chin, but he got it over the line first, and indeed Sagan had a few words with him afterwards. I think those words, I imagined, were, "This is between you and me today." Well, don't count your chickens too quickly, Peter, Lord Peter, because there are indeed a few other sprinters there, only in 12 seconds in arrears of this man, just for the time being. But within that group, there are a few other quick men, and must not be discounted, including Colbrelli, who's managed to find himself up here. He's hiding rather nicely, and a few as well that I think Turns may well have made it up to this group as well, in the absence of Pedersen, who got caught out, the world champion. So there's been fortunes ebbing and flowing all day, Sean, and this story is far from told, despite the fact that we've got to get up with 12 seconds up the road, for which it's a move that we don't understand just for the time being, but there's an awful lot still to play out today, is there not?
Well, I think there's a lot to happen in this final 40 kilometres, especially, you know, on the run in. We've talked about that a lot, and you know, a lot of the reports coming from the race organisation, and I think the answer to it, last year we did see on that stage in Dalby where there was a bit of windy conditions, then they turned direction, it was headwind, and then it opened up again, and Thibaut Pinot, he got caught out in the very final. It wasn't the very final in the last, I think it was the last 15 or 20 kilometres when it opened opened up and he lost quite a bit of time. So it is a danger one. But today is the day where you know there's going to be windy conditions. When you go out in the middle of the cornfields there is going to be winds, and if it's a little bit on a side wind at all, it's going to be a danger one. But just going back to the start this morning, you know, Sam Bennett, you mentioned the other sprinters, Carlton. Sam Bennett can get up over this lumpy stuff very well, and that's the reason I am very surprised that he's not up here in this leading group, because I reckon he's pretty close to Sagan getting over this lumpy stuff. And if it was because he hadn't got the legs, well then, yeah, there's nothing he can do. You can be in the front and slowly you're going to just slip back through the peloton and end up in the second or third echelon on the road. But if you get caught out and you're sitting too far back, you know, that is a big error, and you cannot do that. You have to be at the front at the start of this race, and Sam has to be close to Sagan in the earlier part of the stage, because we know Sagan, the type of rider he is, he's always trying to filter into the breaks and get up the road to pick up the intermediate sprint points for the green jersey.
What about this man, Thomas de Gendt? I've mentioned to some of you while we were on the break for others that I really feel that he's actually showing his frustration at the moment. Caleb Ewan is not a man that now needs caring for, but De Gendt really is on a one-way mission to nowhere by the looks of things. I know it's made it work for him in the past. In fact, he won last year, didn't he, into Saint-Etienne, the day that Alaphilippe went back into yellow on stage 8. But and he's had some spectaculars in the past, but he's going to need something dramatic to happen behind him if he's going to make it succeed. And he's taking an awful lot of wind at the moment, and there's plenty of that about.
Well, the way the race is riding here, you know, you're not going to ride away from this the main group, the front group of the Tour de France, and you know, you have to pick your times. No matter how strong you are, you know, you have to just decide what's, you know, look at what's coming up, study the route, and you know, just study what's happening at the moment in the race. And when you see here the way they're riding, you know, Thomas again struggling to pull out that 20 seconds, and you know, there's teams just waiting here in the background. And when we get into the final 40 kilometres, if there's a side wind, well then all hell will break loose here. And you know, if you had 2 or 3 minutes, you could be swallowed up in the final kilometres very quickly. So I don't understand at all the tactic of Lotto Soudal. And you know, you have riders there in the team car who are very experienced, Mario Arts and Hermann Friesen, you know, very good riders back in the day. I'm surprised that they'll allow him to continue on here. But Thomas de Gendt, we know he's a difficult one to manage. Sometimes we see him when he's out in front. You've said it many times, Carlton, that he just pulls his earpiece out.
He does, yeah. I was actually looking to see if it was hanging. It looks like there is a loose wire there, and it may well be. If we get a view on his right-hand side, he's just thought to hell with it. And I think there is frustration built up within the head of this man, who's, as you say, is hard to read sometimes. Every day he's lined up at the front as if to say, I could be in this breakaway if only I was allowed to do so. And of course he hasn't been, because the team has been hobbled. John Degenkolb out of time on the opening stage, caught behind some bad weather, and Philippe Gilbert going down, cracking a kneecap. He's out of the race as well. So they're short-handed and basically said, look, you can't have your fun because you've got to look after Caleb Ewan. Today he's off the back. Ewan is 8 minutes and 14 down. So De Gendt finds himself up here and he's thinking, this is my reading of it anyway, look, to hell with this, I'm just going to show what I can do, and maybe just change the mood music back at the team to allow him off the leash. But he's got a big day tomorrow, as a big day where frankly the likes of Ewan are going to struggle to get over the all category climbs to Lurenvie, and they're going to need all the power that they can get. And at the moment he's burning it up front for no reward, we don't think. But anyway, maybe he'll prove us completely wrong. Something will happen, and you know, he'll get away with it. But when that wind changes, the wind doesn't change. It's a constant coming in from the southeast, but it will pick up in the afternoon due to vectoring. We'll tell you about that in a moment. But at 44 kilometers away, around that point, we have, from the line, we have Castres, and that's where we make the big turn. And that's where the wind, which is at the moment blowing as a cross headwind, becomes a cross tailwind. And that is almost impossible to guard against. Echelons are very difficult to form to actually spare you the challenge, or indeed control it. And in fact, it pushes you along, but you'll find riders all over to one side of the road. It's wearing in the extreme, and those who are big and strong and powerful and could get their nose to the grindstone and get on with it, like Trentin, like Sagan, are going to potentially have their fun today. But De Gendt, what's he up to? We don't know. This man's carrying a burger on the side of his on the side of his leg, as you saw. A brave rider, of course, and a man that indeed can go for it on occasion. But Andrei Greipel, his teammate, certainly won't be that man today. Lutsenko's still up within this group, by the way, yesterday's winner. Luis Leon Sanchez likewise. B&B Hotels at the moment just sharing the duty with Bora Hansgrohe, keeping the pace up, and it is quick today. What about today's pace, Sean? Even without the wind, it would be wearing. With the additional factor as well, it's a headwind, albeit a crosshead they're dealing with, and they're still managing to maintain above the fastest pace for today.
Yes, well, they're over the fastest pace. They're around the 100 kilometre I was checking, so you know they are pushing on big time, and you know, the way the race opened up in the start, it's not surprising that we're probably a little bit ahead of the schedule, the fastest schedule at this moment. And we can see there, you know, still riders trying to get back in after the crash. We can see Hofstadter there just having difficulty making back into the peloton, and a number of other riders as well. You know, we can see Soler, he was also tangled up in that crash there, and you can see how hard it is to get back into the peloton. So that gives you an idea how difficult it is for Thomas de Gendt out front, the effort he's having to make just to hold on to this 27, 28 seconds of an advantage. And you know, there's nobody going to be writing about Thomas de Gendt tomorrow in the press. You know, they're not going to say, oh, he did a great breakaway of 25, 30, 40 kilometres. It's all about who wins the stage in the end, and he should be sparing his power for the end and try and do something in the final of this stage.
Gosh, you see the pace, Sean. They're coming through the feed zone and they're not hanging about at all. This man's managed to get something because, looks like he's gone for an ice pop, quite frankly. That's going to cool down his kidneys just for the meantime. Was that the other side? Not quite sure. I think it is. Meanwhile, he puts it in the right-hand pocket. He's going for it. Give him at least that credit. I guess we will. His devil-may-care attitude, it keeps us entertained. It's keeping everyone on their toes. Nobody's been allowed a smooth feed out there. They've got 4 minutes and 24 on the green jersey, so Sagan's boys have done their job. But they're keeping this very attentive. You saw as they came through the bag take a few moments ago, was it Oster made the take? It really whammed into his hand, and he took it perfectly, catching the bag just where the strings meet the sack. If you catch them too high up, then the bag will swing behind you, and we've seen crashes in the past with feed taken at that speed. Difficult to service the riders if they don't get what they want, Sean.
Well, it is you know, difficult in the feed zones when you're coming through at such a fast rate to grab the bag. It's always dangerous, and as you say, Carlton, if you take it by the string, well then you're very likely to end up when you're going at speed to just end up with the strings in your hand, and the bag goes flying, the musette goes flying across the road, and everything in it all over the road. So you do go for the bag itself and try and grab a part of the musette itself, and that is the safest way to take it. But you know, it's always nervous times, and we see yesterday there with Ineos, you know, the team tactic is if you're riding along in the peloton and there's teammates with you, sometimes we see riders taking 2 bags, but that is possible to do when you're going quite a bit slower. At this speed, it would be an impossible task to grab 2 musettes, because I don't think you'd be able to handle your bike trying to do that at the rate they came through that feed zone there.
Brian Kokar is up here as well for B&B Hotels, so he's got an option when it gets quick a little bit later on. And this looks like the heart of the chase has been ripped out, Sean. Look at him.
Yes, well, I think it's been ripped out for quite a long time. They're just rolling through here and just, you know, get to the finish now. That's what it's all about. And yeah, it was so close there at one point. They got, you know, within a couple of 100 meters of the front group, but then they lost some of the men from Duconi Quick-Step. You know, we did see big Tim de Klerk, Bob Jungels. They started to suffer because they were making the big effort, and they were so close, but just did not manage to make it. And now it's just a question of riding in. But looking at B&B Hotels, they are riding on the front at the moment. They should just, you know, wait back, hold off, leave leave Bora continue on, and the other teams, the bigger teams, spare your men for the final and have as many as possible going into the very final for Brian Coquard, and just, you know, protect him as much as possible in the final kilometres. Riding here on the front again, you know, it's not the time to be doing with over 70 kilometres to go.
Well, De Kent's extended his advantage to
3 seconds more.
It was bouncing all over the place at the moment. We've got a climb which he's going to take. He's not interested in mountains points, not yet anyway, but he's going to get a couple as we go over. In fact, just the one with a category 4. It's the Paula, and indeed 7% as an average, but it's only 1,100 metres, so he's already out of the saddle and he's kicking on. Whether it'll be dust into the faces of the pursuers, I'm not quite sure. It doesn't look that way, and in fact the adjustment has just been made. Well, it's bouncing around a bit, isn't it? Oh, lovely part of the world, John. We've got a now that indeed the green jersey is sat up, we may well have a little bit of respite to get to you. A little while ago we passed a beautiful chateau, double turreted, and I noticed some impeccable lead work on the roof, which I know you will have mentioned.
Well, I didn't get the opportunity to mention it, unfortunately. Obviously, the lead work on the roof opens it up to being stolen. There's actually quite a large amount of lead stolen out of church roofs and chateau roofs, both in England and in France, which is extraordinary. It was the Chateau de Masquet, and it really reminds me. I'm probably wrong, because I think it's actually a castle they used in Wales, but it looks very, very similar to the chateau/castle that's used in Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
I don't know whether it was that, but yeah, I also noticed on the roof they had one of the very, very earliest. So it was created when? Was it 16th century?
It was a 15th century chateau.
There we are. I wasn't that far out.
No.
And a 15th century satellite dish on the roof, which is amazing. I thought that technology was more current. But anyway, Thomas de Gendt, it is, that's got 35 seconds at the moment. Out the saddle, back in the saddle, not comfortable. Just how comfortable the conversation will be around the dinner table tonight, I don't know. Maybe he has been given a bit of a free hand. And there you can see the wind. If anyone holds up a flag here, Sean, they're struggling to hold it steady.
Well, it is blowing a very strong wind out there, and you know, it's the area, it's the region here where we always seem to have a bit of wind, and you know, it's the stages where you have to be so careful. You have to ride to the front all the time, because, you know, up these short climbs which are counting for the mountain classification points, and then you open up into an open section. There's just the cornfields left and right, and it's a day where you can never relax. And if you had a big peloton here of riders, you should always ride in the top 30-40 riders all the time today, because you never know if a team take it up at any point when the conditions, wind from the side, it's always a danger zone here, and you know, it's not going to be anything different here as we go into the final, as we see Thomas de Gendt still, you know, powering away. But as you say, Carlton, he looks like he's suffering, but I'm not surprising, because this is really tough, hard terrain here. The roads are pretty heavy going, and you know, he's making a huge effort here, and still 70 kilometres to the finish.
Well, these sinuous roads, these tarmac roads, also known as Kelly Rally roads. I remember we were in this part of the world probably in about 2015, I think it might have been, and the sat nav, we thought that looks a bit odd, but we'll follow it anyway, because there was some highway that was taking us to our destination. And I don't know if you remember it, Sean, but we decided, well, look, it's a beautiful evening, let's just follow the sat nav. It took us everywhere. On and on we went, and we just stuck religiously to the sat-nav. And of course, as Sean's temper just started to fray, we got faster and faster and faster towards the end. It was a bare-knuckle ride, but we got there in the end, and enjoyed our pizza at the end of it. And yes, I know we're in France, but we do hunt out a pizza on a regular basis, because it's cheap food that addresses most food groups. So there you go. Thomas de Gendt, he's still only got just over half a minute, Sean. I'm beginning to think he's lost it.
Well, I think you knew that he's lost it before he. When we see him going for the mountain points there, you know, you could see that he was going to continue his effort, and the moment he did that, I think, Carlton, you knew, but you just wanted to give him some little hope.
Well, indeed, and indeed us too on his regard. But yes, I don't know. The loneliest of the long day. Maybe just doesn't like company. I know he's a bit of a solitary character. Very sort of contemplative man as well whenever you speak to him. And he does like going camping, Sean. So he's on the road as part of his profession. And then when it comes to holiday time, he takes a camper van and he goes on the road. I don't get it.
Well, that I can understand, because when you're a professional bike rider and you're with people all the time, you're living off on a time schedule every day. Those guys, they get the notification via, and you're leaving the hotel at such a time, or breakfast at such a time, wake up at such a time, into the bus, go to the start, all of that. So it's such a regimental time schedule all through the year, with people all the time. And of course, in a normal Tour of France, you have so many people around there, just pushing and looking for autographs. At the hotel when you arrive, you get off the bus, there's always people. So he's probably trying to get away from that in the camping car, go into the countryside, just camp up overnight somewhere, not in a camping site, and get away from everything. I can understand why he's doing that, but here you have to bear with it and wait for a while and stay here with the other riders until the moment when there's a possibility of going for the stage victory.
Anything would be welcome, I think, for him today. And just what consolation, and indeed, will the green jersey be able to give himself tonight? I'm not quite sure, but maybe he'll allow himself half a Guinness. Apparently it's good for you occasionally, but so says the ad. But there you go. Ah, dear. Well, we're heading into the Languedoc and Roussillon, sort of famous wine area, to be honest. And indeed, the Lazec Rouge and the like. John will be filling us in. We'll leave that until we rejoin our indeed wider Eurosport family, and indeed just ponder yet again the madness of this man. Thomas de Gendt. Thomas has done it again. I think just under 67 kilometres of the day remaining, and we still have that action moment. Yet another one with the turn at about 44 kilometres to go. It will be dramatic. Stay with it. The peloton just threading its way through the protection of the trees here. We're just coming into the Languedoc region of France. Thomas de Gendt has just taken those points over that modest climb, which is now just being passed by, indeed, the third group. 4 minutes and 46 now in arrears of de Gendt, who's matched now by the number of all the sixes at the top. Devil of a day to take on your own, I think it's fair to say, but de Gendt has decided to do precisely that. And here he is with his rueful grin. Average pace for him on that climb, 28.7. Read into that what you will. His advantage is still only half a minute, and we think it's a dose of madness. There we are. John, wine and the Languedoc. They've been inexorably linked for a long time.
They have really good wines from down here. I have been turned slowly but surely over the last few years to appreciate Cahors more. I think Cahors improved immeasurably, and I really enjoy that. We have just really heading down. We've had the Côte de Millau, which is very drinkable, but also we've got Gaillac wines. I every year mention Gaillac Doux because I just think it's one of the most undersold, underappreciated, almost dessert wines. It's a sweet wine. It's not got the same. It's not the same as Sauternes or Montbazillac, but it's a lovely, slightly lighter, slightly fruitier dessert wine. It goes really, really well with foie gras, and goes very, very well with the heavy liver pâté that I described a few days ago. But Languedoc-Roussillon wines are fantastic. I quite often find that there are good deals on them as well, especially in the UK. Fronton is one that I picked out for today's recipe because I just think it's got a bit more welly behind it. And before we we're going to bypass Bordeaux, I guess, on this year's Tour de France, because we'll just go flying up past it towards the Ile de Ré. As a consequence, I think tomorrow during the Pyrenees, rather than get dragged into our annual debate about devil spawn,
Nowhere near Beaujolais.
No. Okay, well, that's true. We'll be coming back towards the Beaujolais a little bit later on, but rather than having a long conversation about our like and dislike of the slightly silty, solid version of something in the bottle that is Madeira, we'll talk about some delicious things like Haut Médoc and Pomerol and some lovely Bordeaux wines, which I find as I grow older I'm beginning to actually appreciate, as opposed to the way I used to drink them when I was in Paris, which had very little to do with appreciation.
No, it used to bypass the palate, didn't it? Go straight down the hole in your face. I remember your drinking style back then, John. You've refined yourself amazingly.
Thank you.
Yes, John and I have our wine battles, but usually it ends with a clink of glasses and an appreciation of the other person's views. Of course, we can re-entrench ourselves a little bit later on. That's what we're doing right now, and we're heading up to that 5-minute mark, aren't we, for, I'm afraid, the green jersey group. Peter Sagan, who's called to action, really put to the sword many of his rivals. He's back in green, Sean, and the grip that he kind of has on it, he came to the Tour undercooked, and he'd done nothing in terms of the virtual racing that so many riders engage with to keep themselves, I guess in a certain way, competition fit. But he said, I'm not a robot and I don't do anything virtual. I'm waiting for real racing. And today we've had a look at the Sagan of old, haven't we?
Well, not doing any the virtual stuff when he was in total lockdown in Monaco in the beginning of the virus time. He's going quite well when you see the way he was riding there today. But now with the green jersey, Sam Bennett, that group at 4:54, like, it's not a concern for this leading group of riders. And we can see Bora the way they're tapping away on the front here. They're just keeping it rolling along, and that is the perfect tactic to do. Calm things down now and just leave the kilometres tick by, and then get into the final and be as fresh as you can be, with as many riders as possible from board to protect Sagan, because he only has a handful of points over Sam Bennett after the effort. But it's all about the finish now, and he's going to have to try and get the stage victory if possible, or if not, get as many points as possible at the end of this stage, because they have done a huge amount of work, Trojan work, the team of Sagan. So they're playing it well. That's what you've got to do here. Just ride at a nice pace at the front, just to prevent any other riders from going in the attack. So get the day over with, get into the final, and then just take as much as they can from this one. And we can see Thomas again still just ploughing away out there, 37-38 seconds at the moment. And the green jersey competition is not going to be over after today. If Sagan takes maximum points at the finish, it will still be a battle. And I think Sam, we've seen that he can be much faster in the intermediate sprints and also at the finish. But the problem is there's not many days for the sprinters to pick up points in this race. I think it's Tuesday, Wednesday next week, and then after that it's all mountain days until we get to the Champs-Élysées really for the sprinters.
A little bit of an adjust of the shoes. In fact, as you say, Sean, it's a little bit of easement here, and De Gent's advantage has just rolled off a little bit. He only holds, as you can see, just over 400 metres, but at the pace they're going at the moment, I think this is about everyone regathering themselves. As you see, Bahrain McLaren just coming up and getting themselves into position. The data which we are being offered up as to the composition of the various groups has been trimmed, but it did have that Colbrelli was part of Indeed proceedings, Brian Cocard as well. We also have Trentin and we have Sagan. I think we also have Ed Turns as part of this group. So some fast men here who can really turn a pace, and if indeed they come in together, this will get busy. You may even see Lutsenko from yesterday. He doesn't mind a sprint at the end of a tough day as well. I know he had a tough day yesterday. And maybe De Gent's starting to think that maybe he's got a chance. And, well, how much of an advantage does he need to actually make it stick? He's still got 62 kilometres to go, and he's got 46 and 47 seconds of an advantage. It may well drift up to a minute and a half, but I think that's still retrievable. Don't forget, we're on this very, very long descent, albeit interrupted by that last Category 4 climb, and indeed a couple of other peaks and troughs that we're dealing with right now as we come through these valleys. And then we bring ourselves down to a relatively relatively flat land, but the lumps and bumps don't finish. And in fact, there is a couple of late ones as well to be had today. Not least one only 5.5 kilometres from home. It's a kick of only a kilometre in length, but it goes up to 3 and 4%. And that's at 5Ks, just over 5 kilometres out. So off the top of that, it kind of has a ski ramp effect that will bring you into town. So there will be an extra added pace, and don't forget we'll have a cross tailwind as well, just to give an extra push up the backside for these guys. Indeed we will of course have an overly dramatic sprint, I'm sure, because there'll be some tired legs and almost a leveling really, now that we have taken out the very, very quickest men of this race, Sam Bennett and Caleb Ewan, and indeed Giacomo Nizzolo. So all of a sudden, Sean, Cees Bol is not within the group either. All of a sudden, you've got those strong guys who can sprint. It could be brilliantly contested at the end of today, couldn't it?
Well, we haven't as many teams as we would be expecting in the final of this one, notably the sprinters teams, to control it. And when we get to Castres, that's when we get into that final 40 kilometres. And if there's the wind is blowing in the direction as was forecasted, a slight tailwind, side tailwind, that is where it goes so fast. And you know, with teams diminished a lot here in the front, it could be a bit hectic, and we could see a group of riders, an echelon of riders getting away in the final, all depending on what the wind, how strong it is, and it could get very messy in the end. You know, we could see a little bit of mishmash of riders depending on the windy conditions in the final, how strong this wind is blowing, and the direction more so.
Absolutely beautiful. Indeed, the towns that we plot along the way, what you really should do is go to indeed the Tour's official site and just have a look at some of the maps and the hyper detail. You may well be able to download the road book actually, which and you should mark off the villages where you fancy. I once selected a holiday purely on Google Earth. It was at the Crozon Peninsula, and found a little cove with a beach there, a little horseshoe cove pointing out into the Atlantic. And on Google Earth I saw this, what appeared to be a cafe. And I fuddled along the way there, all along the northern coast, indeed in my 1969 camper van with my dear wife Steph. And we arrived there, and sure enough, it was a crêperie, which is not my favourite food, I must admit. But he allowed us to park up overnight. Okay for breakfast, I found out. And I said, is it all right if we park here? And we did, and went swimming in the morning and had breakfast. It was wonderful. It's a great way to do it. So mark them off and go to these places. Follow John's advice. Well, it's a holding pattern for now, Sean. How much longer this will last is anybody's guess. What about Astana? They're here in numbers, in strength. Miguel Angel Lopez, of course, in a happy place. And there you can see the Spanish champion, Luis Leon Sanchez. If there was a chance to go for a long one, I would expect him to have been involved. I think maybe De Gent was hoping that somebody may well come and join him in this push, someone like Sanchez.
Well, he definitely needed a number of riders up here with him to have any chance of going all the way. At the point he attacked, but I don't think there was anybody willing to go with him, because they decided that this was going to be a very difficult one to get away out of the group here, because of the way that things are going, and it's going to be hopefully one of these very fast run-ins, and who is going to be the best? I think it's going to be a difficult one for anybody to get out of the group in the final kilometres, because it will be a fast run-in, unless we get a section where, you know, it does turn a bit, but it looks like that most of the time it's going to be a tailwind, whatever bit of wind is going to be there when we get to that point. And we are getting close now, 58 kilometres to go, so we'll have an answer to the question when we get past Castres. That'll tell us what way the wind is blowing in this final stage.
Indeed, what way the wind blows strategy-wise as well, I guess you might say. We're 3 minutes over the fastest schedule of 45 kilometres per hour, so we've been averaging 48 kilometres per hour, just shy of the 50, and that is incredible for the distance that we're covering today, and indeed the terrain that we've been going over. 168 k's, not the longest of stages, but with the way it started with those 3 climbs that set the character of the day. Oh, goodness me. I think we've got Jens Vogt coming up to have a brief word, which will be a fascinating one. Let's have his thoughts on the complexion of the day.
Die Taktik des Teams Bora Hansgrohe heute.
Well, the tactics of the Bora Hansgrohe team today, they've planned action on the team bus this morning. All the team put on a merciless speed on that first climb. Sagan trying things like this, as he often has done before. Let's distance all the sprinters. He's the fastest man left in the peloton now and has a realistic chance of winning the stage. And that will give him 70 points for the green jersey today. He was second in the intermediate sprints already, the virtual green jersey, and he'll collect many more points at the finish. I see a decision that was made before today about the fight for green by Sagan and Bora Hansgrohe. As a side effect, they also keep Emil Bochmann out of trouble. The group's much smaller now, so it's easier for the GC riders to move around in the peloton and stay safe. So really they had 3 goals today: stage victory, green jersey, and keeping Bochmann safe. And that's all been accomplished by one action. It's great, it's brilliant, and it's brave, and they've executed it perfectly so far. So I hope that they pull through right up to the end.
I like the Yensi. Great to have him as part of the GCN crew. Go and check out the GCN app. Just wander around it. It is, of course, remind you, a free product. And then if you want to go deeper, then of course there is the Race Pass, which you can subscribe to, which means that you do not have any publicity clouding indeed to your view of the race, if indeed that's how you regard it. Got to pay the bills one way or another, and it is those who've tried it absolutely love it. And of course you get all the extra nonsense that we engage with during those times where there is that little separation for some who have a bit of publicity. And it's not just all right, the downside is you've got no time to make your tea and biscuits, but at least it keeps you as a cycling fan, and some cycling fanatics absolutely locked where you need to be here on your home of cycling. Here, indeed, locked on at the moment, laser guided, is Thomas de Gendt, and well, that may well be, but is he misguided? 37 seconds is all he's got, and we're in the sort of more open plains, still slightly descending, as we mentioned, but the day almost inexorably drawing to a crescendo with the sprint. We're about 10 kilometers or so away from the big turn. We keep talking about it, Sean, but the wind is a constant today in terms of its direction, but it blows up in the afternoon. We often find this, Sean, towards the late afternoon, as you can see from the billowing of the trees here on occasion. The wind often does pick up in these parts, doesn't it?
Well, I believe the winds pick up when the tide is coming in. You would know more about that, Carlton. I remember when I raced down here in my early days when I was a pro, and they said the tide was coming in at such a time as we see a problem for Boca. I don't know for...
Yeah, it's Boca Mollema, yeah.
Yes, he's a bike change there, but they say that when the tide is coming in, the wind blows up. Do you know more on that?
I think actually the tide, usually the wind, to be honest, makes the tide look a little bit more turned and busy than it is. It's something called vectoring, and it's where it is attached to the sea, or indeed the colder land masses, sometimes around mountains. You get the land actually heats up in the sunshine, and as it cooks during the day, around the mid-afternoon, sort of 2:30, where the hottest part of the day indeed is reached. Hot air rises, of course, and as it does so, it draws in the cold air from either over the sea or indeed from the mountains. And so all of a sudden, as the hot air goes up from the valleys and indeed the open plains, the wind is drawn in to the vacuum, essentially. And so it may well look like that with the tides, because essentially the wind dictates the waveform as they hit the ground, and so you see the waves being blown. But basically, it's just physics. And the France Meteo here have said that we're going to get gusts today of around 40 to 45 kilometers per hour. Now, France Meteo are pretty good. They are the military wing of meteorological prediction, and in fact they share their data with the government and indeed television channels, so that's rather nice. Unlike the weathermen who in the United Kingdom on occasion, it's kind of felt like they just lick their finger and hold it in the air. Do you remember the storms of the great hurricane of, when would that have been? Sort of late 80s?
1987.
Thank you, John. And Michael Fish saying, we've just heard somebody who's rung in from France saying that there's a hurricane on its way. Well, I can assure you. That was about his last words, I think. As indeed the wind did indeed blow in. And France Meteo was the one that had predicted it, John. They're reliable as you like.
They really are, and it's one of the reasons that I use the weather apps that the France Météo put out during the majority of sporting events that I'm covering, because they're actually more accurate than pretty much any other app in the world. They are absolutely fantastic. They give you all of the graphs and the weather maps coming over, and they show you when it's going to rain, and they, I mean, it's accurate to the sort of, there will be 3 droplets of rain at midday, and there are 3 droplets of rain at midday, and then it passes over. It's absolutely fantastic. Love it.
Yes, hang your glass out because of ale. You will have the free ice for the Cointreau later. Yes.
What time is the tide due, Carlton?
I don't know about the tide, but the crucial moment is going to be when we make the turn. Now, I did hear that it was 16:20 local time, and where are we? That's in about 7 minutes. We'll see. So it'll be blowing like that at the turn. We'll see whether the wind indeed does pick up. But there you go. Everyone's worried about it. Pogacar wants a quicker turn, change as you like. Now he knocked that out beautifully, didn't he? Let's see how quick this one goes. Nicely. Obviously not discs. No, there we are. See? Just look how quick and lovely that is. The riders can even help out when they don't need an air jack. Sean, we still have 2 forms of braking going on here. I know that there are fans of either, but to be honest, it's far smoother if you don't have that rotor to deal with and the spindle or the pin that goes through them.
Yes, well, we've seen already a number of changes there with the normal braking system, the older braking, the calipers, brake blocks.
System.
It's a much more fast system to make a wheel change, and Pogacar, we've seen there, he's had a number of punctures in the final. He had it yesterday, and he had it the previous day as well, so he's had a number of flat tyres in this race. Just getting a bit of information from Brian Smith there. He's saying the time limit today is around the 20 minutes, so you know the groups back the road, they cannot have an easy day. They're just going to have to continue riding, and you know, before the Pyrenees, it's going to be a difficult day for all, and this day is going to be in the legs tomorrow for a lot of the riders because of it being such a killer of a day.
Well, the Ewan group is at 9 minutes and 43. If they lose another 10 minutes in the approaching 50 Ks, they'll be in trouble. At least it's flatter land, so they don't have to deal with the inclines, but they will have the wind to contend with as well. I think they'll come in possibly sort of down around the 14-minute mark if it does kick off for the group out front, and indeed they are under the lash, but they'll have to take care because as the front group go faster, then the gaps, if you just keep the same pace as they're going at the moment, will inevitably grow, and you can get caught out. John Degenkolb got caught out, Sean, on the opening day.
Yes, well, I don't think there's going to be a problem. You know, they will ride in these groups further back the road, but you know, they're going to have to continue riding a bit. They can't just, you know, toddle along there and have an easy day, have a day off at all.
No day off for anybody. And indeed, least of all for us. John, there must be some, I know you have your recipes, but the local cuisine, I mean, I know we're nowhere near Andouillette country, but what is the preferred nibble in these parts?
Well, I mean, we are nowhere near Andouillette. That's up by Troyes. But what are they? I mean, they look down here at this time of year. Loads of fresh produce. You've so much homegrown produce and organically grown tomatoes and courgettes, especially. Love those. They grow their salad, and they also, I find down here, I mean, that they love a bit of ham, They love good goat's cheese. We're moving towards loving foie gras in this part of the world, and I think it's actually we won't be going again through true foie gras country. They're probably worth mentioning that now. But I mean, Auvergne and this part of the world, good steak and truffade or aligot. You've got to go a really long way to not have that top of your list, in my view.
Well, you got there. Melzat, which is a plate of cold meats, very much known for, as well as Mestouret, which is pumpkin-based dessert. There you go. And I can tell you too that they are very much known for garlic roasted duck. There we are. Yeah, pull the leg off one of those, why don't you? By the way, cuisse de canard, John, is kind of dished up all over France, and it mostly comes out of a tin.
It does.
We warn people.
It does. It's actually one of those it's actually a staple in the back of a French cupboard. You'll find several cuisse de canard just sitting very well preserved in tins. They're very, very good quality and very, very tasty. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think what it's comparable to. It's like having a tin of baked beans in the back of your larder in the UK.
Yeah, it would be the old Polish peck ham that we used to have. It's an emergency if suddenly the Scarboroughs came round at the weekend. Joe Scarborough was an artist friend of my father, and he used to turn up when they were hungry. Quick, get the ham out. But yes, cuisse de canard, it's basically the thigh of the bird, so the leg. It comes in a tin in its own fat, which is fine, and then you put it in the under a grill, and you bake the bejesus off it, and it gets crispified, and you serve it up with salad. It's absolutely gorgeous, and people think you're a genius, but basically you've opened a tin. Don't tell the Scarboroughs. Get upset. 47 kilometres from home, and indeed, as you can see, we're kind of lined across the road. Nobody can decide how much effort to put in just for the time being, Sean, because they're hoping to preserve something for the late push, which is coming.
Well, everybody is just waiting, and you can see there some of the GC men. We can see the team of Thibaut, just appearing over there on the right-hand side of our screen. So the GC men from here on, they will be just taking attention and not to be too far back in this group. Although now it's a much less complicated situation with this group, a small group. Imagine here if we had the full group of riders, how nervous it would be. There'd be a lot of fighting positions to stay in that top 20, 30 places in the peloton. So it's become much easier because of the racing we've had from the start. But now we're getting into this section where we're getting close to the time where we should be seeing what way the wind is blowing for this final in around 40 kilometres.
Hot today, as you've just seen. Hugh Carthy just sharing the love with some cold water he just received from the car. Most welcome that will be. 33 Celsius as a maximum, so we are properly cooking yet again. As you can see from the tricolore on the Musée Goya, we have indeed a good deal of wind as well, although that seems to be just partially protected. In fact, just look at the almost flat water that we've got here as well. So the building's offering up some protection. That will not be the gift of the riders in just a few kilometres' time. Some top topiary here, John.
Lovely topiary, lovely museum, which is in homage, obviously, to Francisco Goya, one of the most famous artists to come out of Spain. A little earlier on today, Rob was saying how we were moving into his favourite part of France as we move further to the south, and I was very tempted to just interject and say, what, Spain? But he was meaning the southwest. I know he has a real soft spot for this part of the world. But Jean Jaurès also came from Castres, and he is a man that you will see, well, just remembered all over France. You'll see Avenue Jean Jaurès, you'll see, I think there's a metro stop Jean Jaurès in Paris, and he was just a professor of philosophy, became became a writer and a journalist, very involved in politics at a young age at just 26, and was very, very involved in the great strike of the miners of the Carmaux back in 1892. He founded the daily newspaper L'Humanité to be able to express very free views and just to be able to be someone who was able to express socialist views, and was hugely behind I suppose, the movement in France to get to the political situation that we now find in the country. He also was a big supporter of the separation of church and state, so one of the first people to question whether France should be a secular nation or not, and someone who questioned France's colonial policy back at the beginning of the last century. In 1914, assassinated in Paris at the wonderfully named Café du Croissant, and he, as a consequence, is remembered by many people in France as the first person to die in the Great War, the First World War. But he was a really important character in French history and comes from Castres. So that's my little history lesson about Jean Jaurès for everyone today.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, I'm glad you put me right on Castres. I think I was calling it, because we're heading towards Spain, Castres, which made me rather uncomfortable in my seat, I must admit. But yeah, Castres, well, I'll leave it at that, then I'll feel happier saying it, apart from anything else. What a day. It's going to get more brutal. We're going to hear from Alberto Contador, and after that, Mr. Rob Hatch.
Bueno, los abanicos para muchos de vosotros que nos
Let's speak about the echelons that have happened so far today.
A ver, el abanico al final es la consecuencia
of
del viento lateral. Cuando tú tienes un viento lateral, la única manera de obtener la protección es poniéndote lateralmente.
The crosswind is coming from the side of the road, obviously.
Obviamente, la carretera tiene una anchura. Y no todos los corredores,
quite large, but not all of the riders can fit across it at the moment. So, as a consequence, it makes things trickier on the road.
Entonces, sucede que cuando uno va bordeando la carretera, va cogiendo una cantidad muy grande
it means that the riders are really struggling. It means you've got to have a very strict strategy amongst your teams of how you're going to cope with this.
¿Se planea? Sí. Se planea enormemente hoy en día con las aplicaciones que hay para el metro y saber los kilómetros por hora que va a haber en cada momento. Sabemos cómo las zonas que son abiertas.
Do you go and find out a little bit more about what's going to happen in the weather forecast?
Cuando hay, por ejemplo, bosque, puede hacer mucho viento, pero los propios árboles.
If you have some wind coming in and there are trees giving cover, you don't have to form the echelon. So you have to be very, very disciplined in your team to make your decisions and exactly what you're going to do out on the road. And you have to be able to react to it very, very quickly and have a very open dialogue out on the road as to exactly what you're going to do. You definitely can use it to your advantage.
Y otra cosa es cuando tú vas encima de la bicicleta y notas el viento.
You can change your plans as you go along, and you can change your mind as well.
Si tengo que vivir un momento malo, yo creo que algunos de vosotros recordaréis.
I've had good and bad moments with echelons during my career, good and bad moments with wind during my career. If you can remember back to some occasions where I got in real trouble when Armstrong's teammates created an echelon in front of me, and I lost 40 seconds on that day. But I did have an opportunity with Team Saxo, where Daniele Benatti managed to really block out the win for me with another echelon, and I took advantage of it. So echelons can be good for you, they can also be bad for you. You just have to make sure you're incredibly disciplined when you're in there.
Thank you, Alberto. And there's a change at the front. As soon as we get close to Castres, there's a right turn. Thomas de Gendt is going to take it on first. 35 seconds his gap, but with all of the will behind to be fighting for that position and stay at the front. With this right turn, with the exposed nature of this, surely he isn't going to be there long. It's André Amador, Michał Kwiatkowski, Egan Bernal and company. Sean Kelly, strap yourself in, put that seatbelt on. We're in for a big hour of entertainment.
Well, today, Rob, we had the seatbelt on right from the start. We did unbuckle it for a while there, but a very short time. Now we have to buckle up again, certainly in this final 40 kilometres. You can see, the teams are starting to come to the front. The GC teams, Ineos, we can see the team of Jumbo-Visma. So, a lot of movement here, and you can see, it's starting to get more nervous again. We had a little bit of downtime there for the past 15, maybe 20 kilometres, but that's it. And here, everybody's getting the orders. Okay, guys, get to the front. We're getting to the section of this stage now where there could be windy conditions, and you can see there a lot of nervousness on the front of the peloton.
Who's left to look after their leaders? Of course, we've made a lot about the sprinters who've been dropped today. Sam Bennett in Group 2 at 6 minutes. Peter Sagan on his way back into the green jersey, maybe looking for his first stage win in 14 months. His first win in any race in 14 months. That is a long time for a three-time former world champion to go without winning. Thomas de Gendt, well, we knew he'd have a go at one stage. I gather, Sean, from listening to you early on, you were pretty surprised he had a go here.
Well, I was disappointed he had to go, because I thought, Thomas de Gendt, we know what he's capable of. He will attack, at some crazy times, but I thought the GSs might just call him and say, okay, after the mountain classification point there, when we did see he wants to continue his effort to get him to knock it off, but we know what the style of rider he is. But I think, he's just killing himself out here for nothing, and with the days to come, he should be just taking it easy and wait for a better opportunity. And the circumstances here, it was always going to be difficult, and we have seen he's pulled no more than 40 or 50 seconds out of the group, and now we're getting into this final where it's going to be super rapid.
Into the southwest, into rugby country, Jonathan.
Well, that's right, and Castres, a very, very good hub of rugby. They've had some huge success.
Sorry,
we have
John,
a crash.
I'm going to interrupt because we've got a problem. We've got a problem for Mikel Landa caught up here, and some of his domestiques. Landa getting away fairly quickly. This behind is Matej Mohoric. We saw problems too there for Marco Haller. Matej Mohoric is there, but not what Bahrain McLaren are looking. And Sean, to come back to you, this is that nervousness.
Yes, well, we could see that there was a lot of just pushing for positions there, and this is the result. Riders just getting too close, getting tangled in each other, and teammates getting tangled in each other. But that happened because other teams as well, everybody is fighting, nobody giving an inch, and you just get pushed on top of your teammate.
The nerves continue to jangle, the tension keeps rising. We were ready for this at the start of the day. What we weren't ready for was the rest of the stage that's been explosive. This now is Dylan van Baarle. We know that Luke Rowe isn't here. He was stuck in Group 2, wasn't he, for Egan Bernal? But in van Baarle, Kwiatkowski, they have two very good men to look after Bernal, don't they?
Yes, well, two real experienced riders in this sort of run-in. They're real strong men. They can ride in the echelons and the windy conditions very well. Luke Rowe, he's the one who will be doing this, but unfortunately he didn't make it. And that fast start, especially with the uphill, it caught a lot of riders out. And as Contador said, it was a big group of riders, but here we have a bit more room because it's a smaller group than we were expecting. We thought it would all be together coming into this section now, where there would be a huge peloton of riders fighting for positions.
Well, a big fight to get back. We've already seen Tadej Pogačar have to do that, haven't we? I think you were saying he's punctured quite a lot. I think 4 times he's already punctured in this Tour de France. Back to the front, Ineos Grenadiers. Have you noticed a change in the way they're riding in the last 48 hours, Sean? They seem to be trying to stamp their authority a little more on the race than they were at the start. Yes,
well, we see them yesterday riding on the front. But I'd not take too much from it because it was a steady pace, and the race was over, so things were calmed down a lot. So my concern for Ineos Grenadiers will be in the big mountain stages. Have they got the men to be able to do that? And as I said yesterday, if you get to the final mountain with a group of favourites, Bernal can look after himself, but it's in the stages where you have to get over a number of mountains, and in the valley if they're needed, and on the flat, they can do that so well. They're really good at that. But in the in the more mountain stages in the days to come. If he needs them during the stage, I'm concerned that they might be missing some manpower, looking at the way they've been riding up to now. But again, they could be holding off a bit, and they might just rise to the occasion when they get into the big days. They can just be that bit better, and they will be needed, I think, in some of these mountain stages where there's a number of climbs to be got through.
Two big Pyrenean days coming up, the only Pyrenean days of this 107th Tour de France. There is Castres from the air. Now, once the riders leave the sanctuary of all of those nice big trees and buildings around, once they leave town here, that is where we'll have kick-off. This has been the warm-up. Teams are coming out. It's almost time for the game to start. Thomas de Gendt has been the warm-up act, if you like. 14 seconds of a lead. Again, I'd be really interested to see what questions are asked of him and the team tonight, and what replies are given.
Well, I think he will be getting the most combative rider, €1,500, but that's not a lot for the effort he's put in here, and not getting a lot out of it. And he's after putting a big effort in here, and yeah, we could see from the moment he set off, he was never going to be allowed to grow out of anything with any chance of going all the way to the line.
Bit of road furniture to dodge for those riders behind. 37 kilometers to go. Now, we talked all day about the vent d'automne, the wind that blows from the Mediterranean Sea southeasterly in this part of the world. It is forecast to blow at around 20 kilometers per hour from now to the finish, but it's the gusts of up to 40 kilometers per hour that might make things very, very interesting. All the way back to Group 3 here. 6 minutes 36 for Sam Bennett and company, and I'll tell you what, that was some interesting digging that Brian Smith was doing. I know you mentioned it, Sean. They're just going to make sure that if it kicks off even more out front, they keep the time limit in mind. Certainly maybe not for that group, but for the group further behind that was a long, long way down.
Yes, well, they're not going to have an easy day when they realise they were never getting back into the leading bunch of riders on the road. They just could not knock it off and just, pedal in at a very easy pace. They're going to still have to ride back there in the last group on the road, so it's not going to be an easy day for them. And you always have riders who want to just hide there in the group and not ride. So, the discussion starts who's going to ride in the front, and they come to a point where they try and get everybody to roll through, or pretty much everybody, and keep the time loss down, because it could go out to be in danger. But I don't think, on the flat run in, it should not be a danger for everybody to get inside the time limit today.
You could just see Thomas de Gendt, 7 seconds in front of the chasing peloton behind, has left Castres. When we leave Castres, that is where we get to the most exposed parts of this route. We're heading west-northwest here. And the wind that we've been talking about all day long, as Dylan van Baarle looks like he is out of gas and has done his job, the wind should be coming over the left shoulder of the riders. It's a cross-tail wind today, but I want you to remind the viewers, Sean, what the differences are with the wind. Here we go, we're coming into the roundabout, we're going to see the change in direction. A cross-tail wind, so dangerous. Why is it more dangerous a cross-tail wind, Sean?
Well, with the cross-tail wind, of course, you have to ride in that echelon form where the riders ride beside each other, or just, a little bit in a sort of a chain line, and when you're in the front group, they go so fast. If you're in the second or third group, it seems to go really fast with that tail crosswind, and that is a real danger one, because the speed gets to so high. It's the one which is more dangerous. If you have a side headwind, well, then sometimes up front they slow down a bit, but when they have a tailwind, they just keep on going, and it just never eases up when it continues in that direction.
This now changes into a completely different race. We saw Bennett versus Sagan, green jersey antics before. It's all about the yellow jersey now. And the Ineos Grenadiers with Michał Kwiatkowski straight away trying to put their rivals in the gutter. And straight away we're seeing gaps. Straight away we're seeing echelons. This is where the damage is being done. 27 kilometers per hour. Hold on to your hats. and they are making and doing the damage straight away. Look, Sean, we're just seeing 20th position, there's a gap. 30th position, there's another gap. Down in 50th position, they move it. And here is Julien Alaphilippe, all isolated, but riding for his own opportunities. Behind you've got Bernal being looked after by Ineos. You can see the winner of the Tour of Flanders third wheel with a pink jersey on there. That's Bettiol, and he is looking after Rigoberto Urán. Behind you've got the Jumbo-Visma riders. They are trying to do their best for Primož Roglic. And behind, oh dear, 15 caught out already. That's Robert Hazing. In front, you're seeing a couple of Movistar riders go backwards too. This is big damage. David Gaudu caught out as well. 3 groups already, Sean. And if this carries on, it's going to be absolute chaos.
Yes, well, it's already causing problems here. You know, riders starting to lose ground here and gaps appearing. And you can imagine if we had, you know, arrived to this part of the route today with the full peloton, it would be hectic, and you know, it would be a real recipe for some crashes as we got to this point. But now it's, you know, breaking up very quickly, and with this windy conditions, if it continues in this way, while the ones that are just losing ground already, they're going to lose lots of time here in this final 32k.
And how is it going to influence what happens in the Pyrenees? Because Nairo Quintana is isolated, all on his own in that front group now, as they're spread right across the road, as you can see. Adam Yates all on his own as well. We saw Thibaut Pinot had 2 teammates, but he's still in the front group. Astana's leader, Miguel Angel Lopez, remains with 3 or 4 bodies there, and this is a real war of attrition. 1 group, 2 group, 3 groups. It was all 1 10 minutes ago. It's splitting up already, and we all know that with 32 kilometers still to go, these gaps could be huge. Who needs mountains, eh?
Yes, and we can see that group 2 there. Is that Pogačar just getting back into the first group? It looks like him on the front. We see that he had a puncture a bit further down the road, so yeah, that's not a place where he should be. But of course, yeah, the mechanical problem probably, you know, pushed him back a bit as we got to this section.
Mikel Landa might be in a little bit of trouble as well, I think. Looking for him in this group. Certainly not many Bahrain McLaren jobs. And look at Egan Bernal. Guillaume Martin safe in this group for Cofidis. A few Trek Segafredo riders are missing as well. Pogačar, I think, is one of the big casualties. We keep our eye on these groups. There is Pogačar. White jersey, white shorts. And we're looking as well at Mikel Landa. So, Pogačar, Landa, 2 big casualties straight away. Movistar, they're missing a couple of bodies as well. Number 95 there is Nelson Oliveira. He should be the man driving it to look after their leaders here. So strange as well, Sean, isn't it, to see Alaphilippe, the Koenig Quick-Step man. You'd have thought before today's stage that he might be one of the guys trying to do his best with his team to force the issue. They've all been caught behind with Sam Bennett, and he's all on his own.
Yes, well, he is a rider that can do this so well. You know, he can ride in the echelons, and he's riding through here. And sometimes in the echelons, it's best to ride through, because if you leave yourself go back too far in the group, then somebody up front gets into difficulty and they can't follow that pace, and they leave a gap 2 or 3 bikes. Well, then to close that down when they're going full gas, it's a really difficult one. So sometimes just to follow through, stay in the side of the rider in front of you, which is the sheltered side, and just go to the front and do your turn. It can be a bit easier. But we can see there, you know, that the 2 men in the GC, Pogačar and Landa, unfortunately they had, you know, a crash mechanical problem, and yeah, they've missed this one. And yeah, we can see Alaphilippe and the rest are pushing on there. But you mentioned Bernal, Rob. We did see him last year. You remember in Paris-Nice the way he was riding in them earlier days in the echelon. You know, he was equal, or maybe better than a lot of the specialists in the echelon racing.
Yeah, he was a wonder to watch, wasn't he, then? And Luke Rowe played a big part in that as well, but he enjoys it very much. And I always say we should give Nairo Quintana much more credit than he ever gets, because he always seems to make the front split as well, whether he has people with him or not. Looking back, second split, oh, it's a harsh lesson for Tadej Pogačar. He has Davide Formolo with him to try and help out. And just thinking ahead to the stage win as well, because we know that Peter Sagan is still in the front group. Trentin, Van Avermaet, both caught in the second group, and the gap is opening up at quite a rate. 31 seconds now. This is the front group. You Thibaut Pinot fans, pretty happy so far. For Movistar, Valverde is here, Soler is here, and you British fans, well, Adam Yates, the yellow jersey, seems to be looking after himself fairly well without any teammates as well, Sean.
Yes, he's riding quite well there. We can see him. He's to the front of the group and actually going on the front and just pushing it a bit. And as we said about Alaphilippe, sometimes that is the best way. Just keep on riding through, because if you start to slip back a bit, riders come up left and right, and then you find yourself a bit too far off. So just roll through with the group, and that will keep you in the top 10-15 riders all the time.
Astana look like they're in a great position. There is, I think Connor Swift has appeared alongside Nairo Quintana, Sagan, Uran. He, of course, has Bettiol in there. Fair play to Romain Bardet, having a pretty good Tour de France so far. And Emmanuel Buchmann sitting alongside Primož Roglic there. Brian Coquard has made it in here for a potential sprint. Looking around for Richie Porte. I can see Jasper Stuyven. Can't see Richie Porte, though, Sean.
No, I think he was a bit further back. I just see a little bit of glimpse of him. It looked like him in that second group, I think it was. Interesting one there as well. We can see the man from Cofidis, I think, Laporte, Christophe Laporte. He's also, quite a good finish on him. And we did hear Jensi talking about this finish here, and he was talking Sagan up big time to win this stage here. But it's not a straightforward one for Sagan. There's a good few riders here that will challenge Sagan in the end. We've seen Trentin, he's faster. Wout van Aert also very much up there. We see Hofstetter, he had a spill, of course, to depend on what how he's feeling if he's up here at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be a complicated final here, because a lot of the riders, a lot of the sprinters would expect more to have more teammates about them, but that's not the case here. They will be pretty isolated in the end.
Keep your eye on these time gaps. We all look towards the mountains for the Tour de France to be won and lost. But here we've opened up 44 seconds of a gap in the space of 5 kilometers of racing in this wind. Wout van Aert again towards the front. Peter Sagan thinking about the finish. Having a chat there with Luis Leon Sanchez. Brian Coquard making it into the front. NTT having options as well. And Kwiatkowski chats with Jumbo-Visma. At the minute, this is one of the few areas in the race, I think, where Ineos Grenadiers and Jumbo-Visma are allies, aren't they? They're trying to put the more time into the likes of Pogacar, Mollema, Porte and Landa, all caught out behind.
Yes, well, I think it's just a consequence of the conditions out here on the road. When you have, a bit of a side wind, well, then everybody wants to be in the front, and everybody in the top 20 there are contributing. The other ones also want to move up a bit, but it's difficult to get it into that front 15, 20 riders. So it's just that you have to stay in the front, and if you find yourself too far back, well, then the split occurs, and then you're going to just lose the time. And it looks like this one is going to continue all the way as we go to close to 25 kilometers to go.
25 kilometers remain, as you say, and 47 seconds, the split between most of the main GC contenders and those who are left behind. Pogacar, the best young rider, has missed out. As it stands, that jersey is going to move to Egan Bernal. But of course, we still have 25 Ks of racing. Mollema's missed out. Porte's missed out, as has Mikel Landa, who until now was going along and bobbling along marvellously, wasn't he? 8 minutes in the meantime from the front of the race to the Sam Bennett group. And another group further back. We're not getting a time check to them at the moment. Look at this, 64 kilometers per hour. And that is the problem now with the cross tailwind we were talking about. Cross headwind, maybe you could have legs tiring as well, Sean, and people in the next group being able to fight them in. But cross tailwind, it almost makes it that little bit more difficult to close the gap, doesn't it?
Well, it does. If you have a cross headwind, guys will not put as much on the front, but when you have the tailwind, they will just go along that bit faster. And when the gap appears 20, 30 seconds, then it just grows out from there.
Look beyond the trees today. It's stage 7 of the Tour de France. 168 kilometers remain from Millau to Lavaur. We're into the final 25 Ks. The action has all started. And at the front, Jumbo-Visma with Primož Roglic alongside the likes of Bernal, the defending champion, and the other challengers, all trying to make the difference in the wind. And it's not just enough being in this front group for the moment, is it, Sean? Because once you're in this front group, with the wind blowing again and it becoming more exposed here, you have to make sure you're in the front wheels there as well, don't you? Because there's a risk that you could be caught out at the back again.
Very much so. If you go further, 15, 20 places further back in this group, well then, if you turn a little bit and maybe the wind becomes a little bit more on the side, then it gets, you know, a bit more difficult to stay in the wheel, and riders that are suffering in those conditions. And we have a lot of riders here, you know, that doesn't like and doesn't race a lot in those conditions. And, you know, if they leave a gap in front of you, if you have 2 or 3 bikelets in front of you, it can open up so quickly. So, yeah, it's to the very fore here, and we can see Group AM FDJ, they're trying to stay up here, and Pinot is the one, we know he is always the one who is concerned about the conditions. We see him last year, he lost valuable time on the stage very close to here. So those guys who are not the specialists and good at this, you have to stay real close to the front.
22.2 kilometres remain. That is the front group. We know that Landa's missed it, Port has missed it, Mollema and Pogačar. Almost a minute lost already. And there is Landa. All of the time thought about before the Tour de France. Where can we gain time? We've got to work on the TT position. We've got to make sure we attack here in the mountains, support you there. And it can all go up just like that. And that is why we love this sport so much. Things can change in the click of a finger. It's not over yet for these guys, but it is time, right before the Pyrenees, that they will be kicking themselves if they lose, isn't it, Sean?
Well, yes. Well, it's you know, it's a killer really when you lose time like this before the Pyrenees. And you know, when you've done a number of days racing, you stay out of danger, you lose nothing pretty much to the other big favourites, and then suddenly in the final 40 kilometres, windy conditions. And we know with Landa, you know, he doesn't like these sort of conditions at all. But today, unfortunately, he had that tangle with teammates, so he got a little bit delayed. He was a bit further off there, and yeah, that's it hasn't helped. And you know, in his situation as well, it's not his forte point.
Following the River Tarn, and today we're going to finish in Lavaur. Twists and turns, changes of direction, but predominantly the wind coming over the left shoulder, off the Mediterranean Sea, inland, and all the way up into southwest France. The Vent d'Automne, as it's known. As we look behind, I think that's Edvald Boasson Hagen still around there in this group for NTT. Interesting man to look out for the end. This now is Omar Fraile. Astana, one of the best represented teams here. Stefan Kung remains for Thibaut Pinot. And Jonathan Castroviejo at the front in the navy blue jersey. He's not missed a Tour de France since he signed for the Ineos Grenadiers in 2018. He's quickly become their Mr. Reliable. Talking of reliable riders, Guillaume Martin towards the back. Not the place he wants to be in once it opens up again. Been going so well so far. That is Pierre-Luc Perrichon, by the way. Hands up to that one. Martin is 1-2-1, that's a 1-2-7, so not quite the panic for you Martin fans. If you're looking for stage win, of course we're concentrating on the GC battle for now, but Peter Sagan remains in this group. Trentin is in the group behind, as we've seen. Coquard is still in the front group, as is Jasper Stuyven. There's a little glimpse of Richie Porte, confirmed as in this second group now. There will be quite a few disappointed riders. Van Avermaet will be one of them. Landa will be another. Trentin. Most importantly, Tadej Pogačar, because he'd looked so good going uphill, hadn't he?
Yes, well, he looked very impressive, and I think the puncture he had just a little bit further back, maybe, you know, didn't get back into the peloton and move up maybe quick enough as we came out of Castra and getting caught out, because he's a rider. He definitely can, you know, ride in this sort of stuff as well. I'm surprised to see, but it's probably just that little bit of a delay with the puncture he had before we got to the windy section.
This is where we're heading today for the first time since Mark Cavendish won in 2011. That was the 18th of his 30 victories so far in his career in the Tour de France. As we wait to hope to see if he can return to the race and add to that tally next year. Speed on the way today has been 46.3 kilometers per hour in just over 3 hours. Thibaut Pinot. Well, one way to stop yourself being dropped and worrying is to put your team to work at the front. Kilometers to the line. The good news for the second group, Sean, is that that sort of gap, I think 54 seconds has been the max. It says 53 right now. For the minute, it's not changing too much.
No, it's not growing out to be you know, a real big one, but again, 53 seconds is too much for a lot of those guys. But yeah, it looks like up front, you know, it's not really as aggressive as we have seen sometimes in the real side wind conditions. Everybody is able to follow here. If you had, you know, the side wind, well, then it would be much more nervous because everybody wants to be in the first echelon, and of course there's only so much room for the first echelon. Here I think they're, you know, a little bit more comfortable with the way the wind direction is.
We wait to see when we are a little more exposed as well. Those first images we had, remember, everybody across the road. We also said that there were bigger gusts of wind too. 20 k's an hour blowing strength as the afternoon goes on, but gusting up to 40 k's an hour. Front group then, Balde, Quintana, Bernal, Marta, Yates, and plenty more, including Sagan. This is Carapaz. Oh dear, oh dear. Looks as though he might have lost the wheel. 41 seconds until now. It's a big effort to get back from there, Sean.
Yes, it is going to be a big one here because he's on his own. He hasn't got any the team cars in front of him, and you know, if the Commissaire do not allow the team cars to go by, well, then it's going to be a difficult one. And on his own, if they continue on just pushing up front, he is going to have a big effort to get into this leading group again.
Just shows one moment, a lapse of concentration, a mechanical problem, and you are out the back. Sergio Higuita spotted in the front group as well. He'll be gaining time back on a few that he'd already lost time on as well. Just shows things can change day to day at the Tour. Giro d'Italia winner Richard Carapaz, the first ever Ecuadorian to ride the Tour de France, is the latest victim of the wind and the riders pushing on at the front. He had made it into the first group. He was looking really good alongside Egan Bernal, ready to put time into the likes of Pogacar, Mollema, Port and Landa. He's been dropped from the front here and he can no longer see it. On his way back to Group 2. It's certainly blowing. There'll be a lot of people watching. Thank goodness for that, they'll be saying. I know it hasn't been the high-octane entertainment in the last few days, but all good sports events, all good stories in life have their ups and downs. They have their moments, and then they explode into life. Here we've seen it, 60k an hour. Astana alongside Jumbo-Visma look to be, I think, the strongest teams in here. This man's still fighting, though. And getting information that he might have had a mechanical that would explain why he's been dropped. We said it was either concentration, legs, or that little bit of bad luck? It looks as though, Sean, bad luck has struck him.
Yes, so it looks like that he had a mechanical problem. We didn't see anything of it, but you know, unfortunately, the way the race is on the road, with the chasing group, second group on the road, you know, that's minute. So yeah, the cars, not that big cavalcade cars in between, and that's the problem there. We can see, you know, that he has a lot of clear road in front of him, something you do not want when you're chasing alone. You know, if you had a long cavalcade of cars there, if you get to the last car, then you can just hop from car to car and get back in here, but you can see a man being pulled back from is that Castroviejo.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. I wondered what the score was going to be here. Castroviejo is obviously going to be sacrificed to try and close that gap, but 37 seconds of a gap, is this doable, Sean?
Well, this is going to be a big effort, and you know, he has to have a good Castroviejo here. As you can see out front, you know, a lot of road to the cars, the few cars that are behind the first peloton on the road. So it's going to be a difficult one. Surprising they didn't make this decision very, very quickly and, you know, do it immediately. And we can see here it's still just lined out, so it's the pace is still on, and 13 kilometers to go. This is going to be a big effort for them to make it back in.
That's a big decision as well, isn't it? With Bernal in the front group, of course, teammates not only to help you and position you, shelter you from the wind, but what if Bernal now has a mechanical? From memory here, I can think that perhaps only Michał Kwiatkowski is around him.
Yes, well, it's always a risky one, but yeah, I think you know, they still want to play the card of Carapaz, and yeah, they decided the way it was racing up front as well, maybe not as aggressive and as fast as we were expecting, so they decided, yes, let's pull a man back and see can we get him back in. 36 seconds at the moment. Yes, this is going to be a big test for them.
Well, there are fights for position and time all over the road. 10 minutes, 4 seconds now to the green jersey. Of course, we've known that they haven't been a factor in today's stage ever since the opening 30 kilometers, really. This certainly is a factor going forward. Carapaz, who'd already lost a little bit of time, sort of waited for him on the first couple of uphill finishes, given the fact that he seems to have a really good punchy sprint at the end, but he lost time rather than being a factor in terms of the stage. Just checking on the gap to that second group, including, of course, the white jersey Pogačar. 1 minute 7 seconds now. Landa losing time there. Trentin out the game for the sprint. Still in there for the sprint is Bryan Coquard. B&B Hotels Vital Concept are making their debuts at the race this year, trying to win their first ever stage. Coquard, he's been to the Tour de France a few times, yet to win a stage himself. This is probably one of the best opportunities he's ever going to have, isn't it?
Well, this is a real good opportunity for him, and you know, he was very, you know, very much up there in the earlier days in the sprints a number of years ago on the Tour, and to be in here today, you know, with this very difficult start and the way it went uphill, he has to be in good shape. Now, you know, will he be able to finish it off here? He's looking good at the moment, and this is one real opportunity for him to try and get his first stage victory.
Bryan Coquard has twice finished second on stages in the Tour. He's back for the first time since 2016. This time wants a win. Today may have the opportunity. This is Gorka Izagirre, turquoise jersey riding for Astana. Miguel Angel Lopez has been looked after wonderfully today. What a good 48 hours so far for Astana. EF Pro Cycling doing a good job. Alberto Bettiol has wrapped Rigoberto Urán in cotton wool. He's been looking after himself rather well all week, though, Urán. Just going under the radar, I think, Sean.
Yes, certainly going on the radar, and you know, it's the way to do it. If you can, you know, be there, and you know, not a lot of talk about you, and just follow the race. And that's what a lot of these guys have to do. Just, you know, be there, show nothing, don't show yourself, and lose nothing to the other GC men. It's the way to do it in the first week of this race. And then when you get into the more interesting stuff, which is coming up in the next 2 days, that's where you have to be, you know, able to stay in there, and that's where you will get the real test. Because a lot of the riders as well, let's not forget, you know, you can be okay here getting through and you're in a real good position, but the next 2 days will be the day where you will see how your condition is against the other ones, and how good they are. Are they better than you? Are you equal with them?
Just under 10 kilometers to go. Alaphilippe still in the front group. The yellow jersey still there though, Adam Yates. (1:21). This gap is growing. Continues like this for another 10 Ks and the pattern carries on. You might be talking about 2 minutes, and that is a heck of a lot of time to lose going into the Pyrenees. Carapaz caught just over halfway through that gap at the moment after his mechanical. He's rolling through on his own bike there. Of course, a spare bike he's taken. This is at the front, and it's Groupama FDJ pulling things along. No surprise, I suppose, to see Ineos Grenadiers not pulling at the front here. They, of course, have Carapaz behind, as we've just seen. They had been pulling. They were the ones who really initiated things. Van Baarle with that race out of town in Castres. Then it was Michał Kwiatkowski who forced the split. They'll take a bit of confidence from that as well, won't they, Sean? The fact that they have been a factor again in the race after people started to wonder if, you know, they weren't quite on it, if Bernal didn't quite have it. They were the ones who forced the issue here.
Yes, well, very much so. They were the ones who really, you know, split up this leading group as we turned into the windy conditions with 40 kilometres to go. But you know, there was never any doubt about what they could do on the flatter sections. And as I said a little bit earlier today, it's in the big mountain stages that's where I would have a little bit concern for Ineos Grenadiers. You know, we've seen them struggle a little bit on the bigger mountain stuff, and tomorrow will be the real big test. We will see, you know, the GC men, how they are and how their main helpers, their main domestics for the more difficult stages will be. Tomorrow will, you know, give us a lot of answers.
But 7.5 kilometres from the conclusion of today's stage. Jumbo-Visma on the front. This time they are riding for time. Astana are their partners in crime here, as are all the other main teams. The likes of Landa, Pogacar, Port and Mollema, all set to lose time in the general classification. 1 minute and 19 seconds is the time they all stand to lose. And for Richard Carapaz, the last check was around 40 seconds. Julian Alaphilippe does up his shoes. This time there's no big showmanship about it. He has a chance himself, you'd say, of having a go for the stage today, wouldn't he?
Well, it will be It will be an interesting one in this final, because, you know, it's going to be a little bit more unorganised, I think, as we get into the final here. But again, I think it will be between, you know, the better sprinters that are still in this leading group.
Talking of Sagan, talking, of course, of Brian Coquard. Edvald Boasson Hagen is there or thereabouts as well. Wout van Aert, Jasper Stuyven. We know that Bettiol is there and has a kick, but he's been doing a lot of work here for Rigoberto Urán. Trentin has missed out. Van Avermaet, originally in the group as well, missing out. There was Primož Roglič. And this is now Mathieu Ladagneus. Ladagneus riding home. He's from the southwest. As we take a look at Marc Soler, who's made it for Movistar. Nairo Quintana towards the back. Gone about his business nicely today. And I think that's Hofstetter, who's still in there for Israel Startup Nation. Well, the second group has pulled back a few seconds. Talking 1:12 at the minute. There is Pinot. Be very happy with the situation, as will Lopez. Two of the men who you might have put money on to be in trouble if this sort of thing's happened.
Yes, well, they were always the ones, I think, there would be a major concern about today's stage. And, you know, memories of past and very recent past from last year for Pinot. I think, yeah, the briefing in the bus this morning would have been an interesting one. So they'll be happy. Pinot will be happy to get through. And it's good to see, because he's a rider that, you know, has had so much bad luck in the Tour. At least he's gone into the mountains now in a real strong position, and, you know, very little loss to any of the big favourites.
Big work being done by Groupama FDJ to pick up as much time as possible before the mountains. appear on the horizon tomorrow. We head into the Pyrenees in the next 48 hours for 2 raids of some very, very big mountains. After that, another potential wind-affected stage later on. Yes, there indeed is Ugo Hofstetter at the back. 4th on one of the mass sprint stages already, as they go under the 5 kilometre to go barrier. We know, I think Hofstetter has already been down, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. We see him there. He was in that crash there. Before we got to Castra there as well, he was in a crash. But looking there, am I seeing 2 Cofidis riders there in this group? I was calling that Christophe Laporte was there. It looks like there is a second one, of course, yet their leader for the GC, Guillaume Martin, is in there. But if Laporte is there, he's also, you know, quite fast in the finish.
We've just seen Richard Carapaz having to give up the ghost there. So dropping Castroviejo back there did not work. And a mechanical is going to cost Richard Carapaz 1 minute and 14 seconds unless this situation changes. 4 kilometres to go. There is Dumoulin at the front. Interesting that Wout van Aert was on his wheel there. Damage already done in the general classification after a barnstorming stage 7 of this year's Tour de France. We started in Millau, under the famous bridge, up the hills, and the race split up straight away. By the time we got to the windy section, this is what happened. 1 minute and 20 seconds of a loss for the likes of Pogacar, Landa, Mollema and Porte. At the front of the race, not too many fast men remain. Wout van Aert is one, Peter Sagan is another. We've seen Hofstetter, Coquard and a few others hanging around, but defending champion Bernal, Thibaut Pinot and Miguel Angel Lopez, Rigoberto Urán, Nairo Quintana, Romain Bardet, Guillaume Martin and the rest, all up in that front group, stand to gain time on some of their bigger rivals. 3 Ks to go. Question is now, who's going to win the stage? For Adam Yates, it's a job well done so far. It looks as though the yellow jersey should still be on his back at the end of the day. Primož Roglic has survived pretty well. And that man's going along rather quietly all right as well. After all that chat about I'm just coming for stages, there he is, 13 seconds away, and he's made all of the front groups. Rigoberto Urán in this group. Adam Yates, another day almost ticked off. So we turn our attention to the end, and this could be a very, very interesting finish. Not the normal sprint. We know it's a tailwind on the end. Not into a headwind like we've had the last couple of sprints where you've had to wait for the exact right moment to go. Tailwind to the end. Bonus seconds, remember, on the line as well. Julien Alaphilippe might be thinking of taking those, but of course he'd have to get back and past the likes of Peter Sagan, who hasn't won a bike race for 14 months. A long, long time for a man as gifted as he is. Brian Coquard looking to take his first ever stage win in the Tour. It's not been a good day for Trek Segafredo, but they do have Jasper Stuyven in this group. Wout van Aert will be looking to take his 2nd stage of this Tour, 3rd for his team. And the rest in there, Sean. This is going to be fascinating. 1.5 to go.
It is going to be a special run in here, but again, we haven't this, you know, high speed that we would normally have because of, you know, a smaller group of riders. They've had a difficult day as well. We haven't these big sprint trains that maybe we're expecting this morning to come in here, but still it's going to be an interesting one. And positioning is going to be important. We know Wout van Aert, he can just position himself so well. He's really good at that. And yeah, Peter Sagan, this is an opportunity for him now to get his stage victory. But yeah, he has some fast men to deal with here.
Inside the final kilometre after a brilliant stage 7 of the Tour de France. But who's going to take the win at the end of the day? Can Bora finish it off? It was they who started the grand plan right up, and only Peter Sagan remains with a chance to win it for them. He's positioned where he needs to be, centre left. He sits on the wheel of Wout van Aert, who wears the yellow. You can see Edvald Boasson Hagen is about to be led out in the blue and black. NTT still looking for their first win. Laporte is on the right-hand side and doing his best as well for Cofidis. There we go. Turns onto the right-hand side, and it's a tailwind finish here. Jasper Stuyven in the white and navy blue, but it's all going to be led out for Edvald Boasson Hagen, who'll try and win a stage for the 4th time. There goes Alaphilippe in the blue and white on the right-hand side. Alaphilippe having a right old go. Alaphilippe about to hit the front, Edvald Boasson Hagen, but here comes Wout van Aert on the left. Wout van Aert goes again. Wout van Aert going all the way to the line, and nobody can stop him. Just as it was last year, the wind blew in Albi and Van Aert was the winner. It's done exactly the same to Lavaux, and Wout van Aert wins stage 7 of the Tour de France. Nobody can stop him right now. The world #1 showed just why he's that. Yellow jersey, right-hand side, off he goes, and it is win number 3 for Jumbo-Visma. A big day for the general classification contenders. Some have missed out, most have gained, but it's a 3rd stage win, Sean Kelly, for Jumbo-Visma, and that man, Wout van Aert, who picks up his 2nd.
Yes, well, we could see Wout van Aert there, just positioning again, perfect, and just got the run out at the right time. We did see Alaphilippe and Stuyven. Stuyven just touched there off Alaphilippe, and that knocked his effort off a bit. But Wout van Aert, coming very strongly, and he's just on fire at the moment.
So what is the damage going to be? Mikel Landa having a mechanical issue and being caught out. Tadej Pogačar suffering a puncture and the same fate. And we are talking over a minute to him, Port, Mollema and others who were caught by the wind. They bang on the boards in Lavaux. They're going to be banging on the bars and on the windows of the buses. This is a very unhappy group crossing the line. 120 odd down, but delight for these guys. Proficiat yet again to Wout van Aert. Sean, he has to be the best rider in the world at the moment.
Well, he's just been on song from the time we started started off the season again 4 weeks ago. We did see, in the races, the first race we had in Italy there, the way he was dominating, and Milan-San Remo, we had a great Alaphilippe, but again, he was able to match him, and we can see here, and we have seen him the previous days in the sprint, he's just able to do everything, and uphill, he's able to ride so fast. He's like one of the climbers, so he's just really on top shape at the moment.
17 race days this season. 8 wins for Wout van Aert. Since lockdown, he's won Strade Bianche, a monument in San Remo, a stage and the points classification in the Dauphiné. He's been the Belgian national time trial champion, and he has now won 2 stages in 3 days at this very, very special and today quite dramatic Tour de France. Once again, Coquard misses out. Edvald Boasson Hagen having to settle for 2nd place. Laporte was up there in the sprint on the right-hand side as we thought he might be. Red and white jersey. They have flown along all day today. And it's another sip of champagne tonight. Let's hope he's learned to open the bottle.
It's stronger than myself.
A lot to talk about today. Remember, you can pick the bones of Wout van Aert's win on the breakaway tonight with Brad Wiggins. Sean Kelly will be there with Dan Lloyd, and over the video link, Ola Chenouille on the Eurosport Player and GCN Race Pass. Wout van Aert, Edvald Boasson Hagen, Brian Coquard, the top 3. Sean, talk us through this final kilometre.
Well, we can see this run in. A lot of riders here grouped across the road. That tells that there's, no high speed, but it's all about position, and that is difficult to do. To keep the good position, not too much to the front, of course, but to be in the position where you can open up your sprint. And we can see Wout van Aert, he's just following the trends like a friendly rider, and he just keeps his position very well and perfect positioned when Boasson Hagen opened up his sprint, and we see the way he comes around them. He just he's the fastest man there in the final 50-70 metres.
What happened to Sagan and Alaphilippe? They're both a little unhappy as they ended up almost playing bumper cars along the way.
well, I see Alaphilippe, did he touch off his Stuyven or was it with Sagan? But Alaphilippe certainly wasn't happy, and you know, he was giving it a good run. He seemed to be maybe just about leading at the point, but touched elbows, I think, and that knocked the sprint out of him.
To win a stage like today's, flat out from start to finish, that must be incredible, no?
Yeah, I'm really proud of this one. It was straight from the gun. It was all out, actually. I have to say, impressive stage from Bora Hansgrohe. They went flat out on the first KOM, and they made sure that a lot of sprinters were dropped already. Afterwards, it was always hectic. Everybody feared the crosswinds, and in the final we saw it was worth it to put a lot of energy in the position. I think I was with Primoz the whole stage in the front. So yeah, good day for the team. I think a few favorites from the GC lost some time, and yeah, I could finish it off as well. So yeah, incredible. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, because honestly, this morning you thought that you would be just focused on Primoz, no?
Yeah, actually, that's what I did, but I didn't expect it was such a mess in the end. We're actually a quite small group, so yeah, it would be a shame to not give it a try in a smaller bunch sprint. And yeah, I think the guys launched the sprint quite early, and I was able to have some slipstream and find a gap on the right-hand side, and yeah, I timed my sprint perfect, I think.
You want to, I mean, the first stage victory is always special. It was the case last year, not very far away in Albi, but this one is I don't know, maybe even more special.
Yeah, I think so. Like you asked, I didn't expect it this morning, so it's more of a surprise today. And yeah, it was, I think, for everyone a surprise that we had such a hard stage today. So yeah, a great one to finish this off.
I'll ask you for a quick answer in Flemish about your day, a special day.
Het was heel snel vandaag. Ik moet zeggen, Bora Hansgrohe heeft...
Well, saying it was a fast day again, Wout van Aert, and guess what? He's moved up in the green jersey classification to third. Let's get Bernie Hazel reaction, and then it'll be Jonathan Harris pass.
We just watched a great final, a great win by Wout van Aert again, and we watched another new episode of Modern Cycling. We think we know all about it, we know the outcome, and we were all wrong, because then came Bora and they do it just differently. Bora did an amazing job. The outcome is not perfect, but it shaked up the race completely. I know the TV spectators, you guys love it watching it. For the riders, they were just not prepared for it. It was, they had already in their head, we're going to the Pyrenees, we need the legs in the Pyrenees, today should be a day for the sprinters, they will control it, and it's all good. It unfolded completely differently. The thing is, the riders can't do it every day, so we can't, or the riders can't produce that show every single day. So, but it was, I'm on the other side of the fence now, it was great to watch for me.
Not just great for you, Bernie, I think great for all of us. What a stage that was. Brilliant victory from Wout van Aert, as Rob said. I don't think it's even arguable whether he's the best cyclist at the moment in the world. He is just on fire. 19 race days, 8 wins. That is a remarkable return. 2 stage wins in the last 3 days, 3 stage wins in 4 days for Jumbo-Visma.
Julien Alaphilippe, who's with us, had a technical problem towards the end. Julien, vous pouvez expliquer, s'il vous plaît, qu'est-ce qu'il y
Julien, can you explain to us exactly what went wrong on the approach to the line?
Premièrement, c'est pas une super journée pour nous. On a perdu quand même.
Well, first of all, it's not really a great day for us.
Et après, voilà, c'était très vite.
We lost most of the team in the split.
Bien placé, donc j'arrive au sprint. Il y a eu un petit accrochage.
I was really well positioned for the sprint.
Pas bien pu faire le sprint, quoi.
But I unclipped and I just couldn't do the sprint properly.
Assez rapide, ouais. Vous pouvez expliquer exactement comment ça s'est passé le...
I haven't been involved in such a fast day for a really long while. Can you explain what happened then today? It was just full gas right from the start, from kilometre 0. Not really any time to think. Well, here is the sprint. Edvald Boasson-Hagen on the right. Brian Coquard. And then Wout van Aert at around 70 kilometers an hour. And coming through, timing that sprint to perfection. Edvald Boasson-Hagen so frustrated because he was going very quickly indeed. But Eddie Bos just couldn't quite outgun the young gun. And it's going to take something special to stop Wout van Aert at the moment, and no one had that in their locker today. Brilliant performance, loves this part of France. Victory in Albi last year, victory here in Lavore. Stage winner ahead of Boasson-Hagen, Coquard, Laporte still. Cofidis have the champagne on ice in the back of Cedric Vasseur's car. Fourth today. Stuyven, Venturini, Hofstede, Bernal, Yates and Valverde as the GC competitors in the main, made it into the split and managed to stay out of trouble. However, there were some big losses on stage 7. Very big losses indeed. Sounds as though Daniel Oss has won the most combative rider award for the day, which will be much to the chagrin of Thomas de Gendt in the yellow jersey. No Tadej Pogacar, he's gone. Guillaume Martin up to third, Bernal into fourth. A whole host of riders currently on 13 seconds, including Superman Lopez and Thibaut Pinot. Romain Bardet's there, Nairo Quintana's there. It's fascinating seeing that group of riders so close together as we head into the mountains. Here, another look at the stage win. And as Rob was saying, up to third now in the green jersey standings for Wout van Aert. It is likely that the way that the team decides that the next stages are organised will dictate to Wout van Aert that he's not going to be able to pursue the green jersey full on, but certainly gives Peter Sagan something to think about. Let's take a look then at stage number 8 as we arrive finally in the Pyrenees, and a couple of old favourites to take on as well. They set off from Cazières-sur-Garonne and they make their way through to Saint-Gouagenet. 42.5 kilometers in for that intermediate sprint. Then it's the Col de Monte, famous of course for Luis Ocaña's fall back in 1971. First category climb there, then they descend before going up the Porte de Balais, all category, equally famed for Chaingate in 2010 with Andy Schleck. Then they take on a climb that seems to come around every single year, the Col de Pérezorde, before a descent down into Ludonvier, and that is 141 kilometers long. The Tour now favouring shorter, snappier stages, but with plenty of action on them, and there are bonus seconds on the Col de Pérezorde as well, so expect it to be quite a big one when it comes down to the GC. Well, they were split into 4 or 5 groups by the end inside the Flamme Rouge. Tony Martin sitting in this group, but it was a group that contained the likes of Caleb Ewan just unable to bridge across. Sam Bennett's already come across the line, but all of these riders losing out on what was seen as a big opportunity for the sprinters. Well, in the end, that frightening pace put on by Bora Hansgrohe, ensuring that that wasn't going to happen. Imagine, this looks as though it could be the Sam Bennett group, the green jersey there coming through. He's lost that jersey today. So we are going to have to wait and see when the next riders come through and whether they make it inside the time gap, because there's another big group behind this lot. Let's hear from another man who was involved in the punch-up for the sprint, Jasper Stuyven.